This conference will now be recorded.
Good morning, everyone. Now I'm requesting Professor Nidhi Phutela to please kindly introduce our guest speaker today. Please, ma'am, over to you.
Hello. Good morning, Dr. Nidhi.
Good morning, Dr. Nidhi.
Good morning, all the.
Ma'am, your voice is echoing. Ma'am, you're not audible.
Good morning, Dr. Nidhi.
Hands-free lagao.
Am I audible, Dr. Nidhi?
Yeah, you are very much audible, and now there is no echo as well.
Okay, so I welcome all the participants present here for the 5th FDP organized by Guru Nanak Dev Engineering College, sponsored by AICTE. It's a great pleasure for me to introduce Dr. Nidhi Phutela, speaker of the day, who is going to talk to us about effective communication, a tool of students' engagement. Dr. Nidhi Phutela is working with Symbiosis International University as an assistant professor. She is a doctorate in the area of marketing with 17 years of expertise in teaching MBA and CA students. She has worked on the editorial board of 4 journals. She has, to her credit, many publications and peer-reviewed national and international journals, as well as chapter in edited book. She authored 1 book and presented several papers in the international conferences, including IIMs. She has conducted several corporate training programs and workshops in reputed universities. She has been awarded by the Samacharya Award on Innovative Practice in Education, organized by Symbiosis Center for Management Studies, Noida, in February 2020. So I request all the participants to join to me in welcoming home Dr. Nidhi Phutela. We welcome you, ma'am, for this session.
Thank you so much.
We all are very excited to have you here for this 2-week FTV program organized by Guru Nanak Dev Engineering College. And we would really be thankful, and we would really like to hear something from your side. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Well, thank you, Dr. Navdeep. Thank you, Dr. Mandeep, rather, I would say that just because of the change of the name, I have to, kindly excuse me for taking the wrong name. Well, I would first of all thank all of you for inviting me and giving me an opportunity to speak. And with the special thanks to my mentor, Dr. Parampal Singh, and because he is my mentor, and I am really glad and very excited to meet him after 17 to 18 long years. So probably this is a golden opportunity for me to reconnect with my faculty once again. And thank you for giving me the opportunity. Well, before I start, can I request everybody to switch on the cameras? Is it possible? Is it possible if they can just switch on the cameras? Those who can just wish to come forward.
Yes, I request all the participants to please switch on the camera to make an interactive session more like live. So everybody please switch on your cameras. Thank you, Dr. Surinder. Thank you, Aarti Joshi ma'am.
Thank you so much. Well, the idea behind it is that, we can have a more interactive session to some extent, because like generally we have been taking these sessions physically. Although now I would say that it's been 7 to 8 long months that we have been taking all the online sessions. And, sometimes it is a big challenge for all of us as a faculty to like to make the students on like switch on their cameras and come forward and have an interactive session. But I must say that now the everybody is getting used to this new normal, and they are coming up with the they have started adjusting. Everybody has started adjusting. Well, okay, so should I start with the session now? I'll just share my screen. Just give me a moment. So is the screen visible to all of you? Is the screen visible?
Yes, Nidhi, it is visible.
Okay, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Okay. So I would like to start the session with saying Kome Alavu. Would anyone like to say something for this? Okay, then my second question to you would be Komavu Aplavu. Would anyone like to answer these two questions? Okay, well, the question number one, which says Kome Alavu, it actually, what am I saying? I was initially talking in French, right? And the idea behind it was that, well, first of all, just let me explain the meaning of the both these sentences which I have put across here. Kome Alavu stands for how are you? And Kome Vu Alavu means what is your name? I could have said this very simple, in a very simple language in the statements which I have written in red. But why did I start in French? So this is the major problem which we have actually in the communication. So the biggest problem in communication is the illusion that it has taken place, as stated by Sir George Bernard Shaw. Why do we actually perceive that the we as a communicator, or we as the sender, we generally believe that communication is done from our end, wherein we actually think that we have communicated the message, we have given the message, and now it is the role of the receiver who should come back to us with the answers, without even thinking or without even just giving a thought to the point that whether they have understood to what we have said or not. So this is one of the major problems which we face during our classes as well. Although, I see that we have experienced faculty members out here. So I would like to request you to come forward and share your experiences as to whether you have faced any like during your entire tenure of teaching, have you ever faced such kind of problem where the students, they actually don't come up, they don't come forward and start sharing their opinions or ideas or the thoughts with you as a faculty? Is it? Would anyone like to unmute himself or herself and come up with the answer for this question? Anyone? Anyone? Aarti ma'am, would you like to say something here?
Good morning, ma'am.
Very good morning, ma'am.
That if we just understand, because I myself am taking this subject of communication skills for managers as well as
Right.
marketing and advertising, it's all about communication itself. So if
Great.
the
Yeah.
idea is clear in the mind of the sender, the correct encryption happens, and
Hmm.
you are able to get the, let it be the physical feedback or the body language, the facial gestures in terms of the response. You get to know
True.
whether what exact message you are trying to say was understood or not in the correct way.
Exactly.
So the same happens in class with the students. If they're just
Hmm.
sitting and what sort of body language they are displaying, we get the response
Right.
whether the thing that we made them understand was understood well by them or no. We get to know that.
Very rightly said, ma'am. Thank you for coming forward and interacting. Because, I would rather say here that, even I believe that although I may be taking the session today here, but it is a learning experience. It is a growing experience for me as well, wherein we could have a good amount of interaction. And, even I would love to learn from all of you with respect to what all experiences you have had um, throughout all your teaching which you have gained. So probably it will help us in better understanding of the concepts, and we all will grow together.
Yes, that is a very good thing, ma'am, that we all are in the same boat. We sail
Exactly.
together, we grow together, learn from each other. True. So nicely
Right,
said.
ma'am. Right, ma'am. Uh, Surinder sir, would you like to say something here?
Am I audible?
Yeah, you are very much audible, sir.
Madam, I'm basically in teaching of quantitative techniques and decision science,
Oh,
which is
wow.
also confined to marketing research. But my experience is that yes, many times students either they are falling short of words to express what exactly is going in the back of their mind, or many times,
Right,
in the initial phase, unless you build up a rapport with the students, they don't come out
right.
openly with the ideas. That is
That's
more
true.
common with the first semester students who recently take admission. Till you develop faculty develops a rapport, they take their own time
Exactly.
to open up.
Exactly, sir.
Common thing we have experienced, I think.
Yeah, because and it's always that with the first year students, we all face bigger challenges during their first semester, basically, because they are very fresh, and once they join the college life, they have different notions coming up in their minds, and at the same time, uh, that transition phase is very crucial for them. So probably that is the most delicate stage where we need to like take care of them, and it is only through the communication strategies which we can actually apply, and they open up with us, and they start interacting and build that rapport which you have talked about very correctly. Thank you, sir, for your inputs.
Thank you.
Okay, next we have uh, here comes the today's session, that is the effective communication, a tool of students' engagement. And as I've already been introduced, I'm Nidhi Phutela, the Deputy Director of Symbiosis Center for Management Studies, Noida, and which is a constituent of Symbiosis International Deemed University, Pune. Well, if I come forward with, basically creating the dialogue with students can be very challenging. It can be very challenging, but yet it's a fundamental part of teaching, and we just simply cannot ignore. We cannot ignore that that having that comfortable dialogue with our students. So, as rightly stated by Surinder sir, we have to build that rapport with the students. And if we are not in line, if we are not, focusing well on what their thoughts are, if we are not understanding as to where they are going, what are their thoughts coming up, what are their ideas, and we do not channelize them in the right direction, so certainly we are not doing justice to our profession. Well, at the same time, if I talk about channelizing them, so we would be able to channelize them if and only if we develop that effective dialogue with our students. So in a way, communication is all about building that dialogue with the students, and at the same time connecting with them, so that we have a better understanding of what they are all about, what are their thoughts, and how we should actually direct them in the towards the right path. So that is one of the biggest challenges. Okay, so here we have that communication. It's a very simple definition, and I know that you all are very experienced, and you have been all experiencing this for almost so many years, with an average of maybe 15 or 20 or maybe 25 years. But at the same time, it's a very basic thing which I just wanted to put across, that communication can be described as the process where people exchange the thoughts or ideas with one another. Well, the idea here to put this definition forward is that is the exchange of thoughts, because it's only if we have just one if we have a mono dialogue coming up, then there is no communication. Because at the end of the day, communication is successful, it is effective if and only if we have a two-way communication process. So that is the reason why we always should not only talk, but we should also listen to what the others are saying. And it is possible if we also give that scope to our students, that yes, we are there for you, we are there to listen you, and at the same time we are going to understand you. So that bond has to be established with the students. It's not that while establishing that bond we are we are mellowing down. It's not that, because at the end of the day we are the ones who would be responsible for their discipline, for their growth, for their direction. Because now, like if I say, I just started off my session by thanking Parampal sir, because he has been my mentor, and I was really lucky enough to study under his guidance, and he is one of the mentors because of which I have opted for marketing as my major specialization. Because it was because he was the one who taught me the subject and created that interest, and motivated me, or that bond was established. So unless and until that bond between the teacher and the student is established, one cannot perform, one cannot succeed in life. So that bond has to be created, and it is possible if and only if we give that scope to the students, so that they come up with the thoughts and they start sharing the thoughts with us. So, okay, here is one of the situations where the students raise their hands in the class and they say that I don't understand. Can you repeat, please? Now, I would like you to answer as to what would be the ideal communication in this particular case, or in this particular situation. What should be the ideal reaction of the teacher? And here I would request Rimal Kashyap to please come forward and share your thoughts. Do we have Rimal Kashyap here? Or Rahman sir, are you here? You can write down in the chat box itself if you wish to. You can always write down in the chat box also. I don't mind. But it would be great if we interact and if we come up with the answers, so that the session becomes more interesting, and even I get to learn from all of you. Prabjot Kaur, would you like to say something? Okay, am I audible? Because I just saw in the chat box that somebody has written, Ruchi Sharma has written that the voice is not audible. Ruchi, am I audible to you now?
It's audible, it's audible.
Okay, sir. Thank you. Okay, we have Mr. Akshay Ujjwal, Padikar Akshay Ujjwal. One should repeat in such cases. Very nice, that's correct, that one should repeat in such a case, and definitely will explain again and again. Correct. Well, the answers are correct, that we will always come forward as a teacher or as a faculty or as a mentor, and we would always try to explain the things again. Apart from this, any other thing we can do? What will be the next step? Let's say, let's assume the question was asked, and I as a faculty have given the answer to the question, but thereafter what will be the next step? Should I just explain it again and move ahead with the next topic, or there should be some other plan of action? What should be done? I would like to have this mind mapping exercise with you. Anyone can come forward and unmute yourself and just start with what will you do in such a situation, so that we have ample number of options available, and in case if we face this kind of situation, so we will come up and we will have at least 3 to 4 options with us, so that we can respond accordingly. Yes, please. Ms. Parvinder, would you like to say something?
Ma'am, the participation in the class is by discussion, and
Correct.
through if someone asks a question, it may lead to a new type of discussion, but I usually satisfy the answer first of all, and then I bring them back to my topic.
Very nice. Very rightly said, ma'am. Because this generally happens that when we start with the discussions in the class, then suddenly students take the discussion to a different direction altogether, and we get rerouted to another direction. So it's actually the role of the faculty who should bring the students back to the point, to the topic of discussion which the teacher has actually initiated, and start with the discussion once again perfectly well. But in case, like, if you, how do you check that you just said that you would be actually satisfying with the answer whatever you will give, so the students would be satisfied. How will you check that satisfaction, whether the students have understood or not? How will you get that answer that yes, the students are satisfied? Can you just elaborate in 1 or 2 sentences?
First of all, ma'am, if I don't take into consideration the online mode, if I was in the offline mode in the classroom, I see their faces without saying anything. By their gestures only, I try to understand if they are satisfied or not, and I just have a one hint with me. Okay, their faces, and I say we are ready for the next discussion. But if they are just, I think their eyes are rolling and they're thinking again and again, I don't switch from the topic. I stay there once I make them satisfied, and then I move further. But this time, as I'm doing the online discussion, all the cameras of the students are
not
off,
on.
their
Yeah.
mics are off, and if I ask something, I just say them, ask the question relevant to that, and they write the answer in the chat box. If I think that 80 to 90% the answers are coming, then I move further. Otherwise, if one person is saying, mostly the brilliant students say, ma'am, I didn't get, and then I move back, and I don't repeat in the same manner. I change the way also, that this way was not working. I should change the way also to explain the same thing.
Very rightly said. If it's only if the brilliant student comes up and say that I didn't understand, the other students who are not doing well, actually they will never come up with the answer that we did not understand whatever you were saying. They'll always say that we understood, so that the teacher should go on with the next topic, and they'll come back to you only at the time of exam, maybe on the same day of the exam. And ma'am, we did not understand this point, and could you please explain, because we have our exam just half an hour after this time. So as a teacher, we do always bank upon the brilliant students of the class, and those students are only handful in number, probably less than 10%. I would say rather 5 to 10%. It ranges between 5 to 10%. But nowadays, although I could see that the students are still they are very much conscious about their career. Here I could see in Symbiosis in Noida, we see that the students are very conscious about their career, and they are, they have started paying attention to what they'll do after their BBA. Because here we have a BBA course, so they are very much into that, what will they actually do after BBA. So it's only those students who will bother you by saying that we have not understood. Otherwise, the entire class would always come up with the thing that yes, we have understood, and they would not like to listen the same thing again and again. But here in this situation, I would say that you said very rightly said that as a teacher, we look at the body language of the students. Well, that is one of the crucial elements which we look at during the classes. And apart from that, but whenever we say, you might also agree, you might also agree, although there may be a difference in perception because this is purely subjective. So you might agree that the students, if we let's say if I have explained the topic again, so probably I would ask the students once again that whether they have understood the topic or not, right? And if they say yes, then we will definitely proceed. But if they say a big no, then you'll have to stop there, quote some more examples, and then lead the show with the same topic and with the same in same continuation. So I would say that yes, it's a big challenge, but and see the situation here. If you see this slide here, there are although we always take examples of the three monkeys, that they are the ones who give us major lessons of life. So I would not say that yes, these are the students, but these are the messages which we derive from the three monkeys once again, wherein the first one says that I don't understand your argument at all, and I don't even bother to understand whatever you are trying to explain, because they would be in their own I would say masti, and they would do their own fun and enjoyment, and they would least bother as to what all is going on in the class. This is one category of students. The second category would say, I don't see the point in your argument, because you are just trying to prove your point that whatever you have said once. I mean, if I am saying that you have said once, I am talking about me as a faculty. If that is, the students would actually believe that whatever the teachers are saying, there is no point in their argument. Sometimes we have such students also, that they would stuck up at a particular point, and they are not ready to listen, not ready to even bother whatever the teacher is trying to explain. Why? Because they just stuck up, and they have some myth in their mind, and they just go with that only. And the third is, I'm already doing self-reflection. That is, they would again least bother. Why? Because they will say that whatever I am doing it perfectly fine, and I am not much of interested. So these are the three major challenges which we actually face in the class. And it's not that we have started facing them today, but certainly we have been facing these challenges earlier also, but now the challenges have further aggravated. And the reason for this is that is simple. This is the problem. This is the major problem. That is, they have their cell phones in the hands, they have the laptops in their with them in the classes, and they would immediately Google up, and they'll come up with the answer that these are the problems which we actually are seeing, and this is the answer, and you are not coming up with the exact answer. So the next question which comes up in my mind with this discussion is, can this be corrected? Can these challenges be resolved? Can we overcome these challenges? Rimal Kashyap, would you like to give the answer for this question? Can these challenges be corrected, or can we overcome these challenges?
Definitely, ma'am.
Sorry, can you just write down in the chat box? Okay, here we had an answer from Aarti Joshi. Yes, Aarti, you have written the point correctly, that try to know exactly what is not understood and know their perspective and then make them understand. Correct. We need to understand them well, first of all, and we need to understand their
Madam,
perspective
good
as
morning.
well. Because if we do not understand their perspective,
Madam, good
then
morning.
certainly it will be difficult. It will be difficult for us to handle the situation in the class. I think there was someone who wanted to say
Madam,
something.
good morning. This is Dr. Jnaneshwar, Dr. Jnaneshwar from Bangalore.
Yes, sir. Good morning.
Hello. I hope I'm audible. My voice is not breaking.
Yeah, you are very much audible, sir.
I hope I'm audible.
Yes, sir. You are audible.
Madam, the most important thing is students have to be made realize, because I teach MBAs. So what I do is I tell them very clearly that I'm also learning, so that they don't take me into right. The moment we say that I know everything, the teacher knows everything, the students don't like, particularly age band of 21 to 23, students don't like being spoon fed that way. So if teachers use most of flip design, particularly for online classes, so it would be good where the regular sort of materials are shared with them beforehand, which they can also get from SlideShare, AuthorStream and all that. So classroom is used more for discussion, and also teacher being a facilitator would be driving the discussion. There is nothing right or wrong, and ultimately we make the students realize that what what they've said earlier is right or wrong, so that their egos are also not getting hurt and they also cooperate in the classroom.
Very rightly said. Thank you so much, sir. Well, I would say that I have been adopting this approach since day one, wherein I have been always following, and I believe that every teacher actually follows this norm, wherein we tell to the students, or we inform the students that even we are in the learning phase, and it's not that we know everything. We know 100% of the content which we are teaching, but certainly we are also learning, and even the economy is evolving, and so are the subjects. So if I talk about the marketing strategy, since I deal with the subjects in marketing area, so I would say that if the economy is evolving, if the companies are evolving, if the competition is evolving, if the layout, entire structure is evolving, why will not the marketing strategies be evolved? And we have to come forward, and we have to open up ourselves also, so that even the students take us in that manner. Because if we try to impose the things, then they're not going to be handled well. Rather, they would be then the gap between the teacher and the student relationship, that will increase further, and that is not our objective anyways. So if I ask this question, if that can this be corrected, certainly the answer is a big yes. And I would say that there are many strategies which we can actually adopt in order to just take the hold of the students in our class, not as only as the students, but certainly as the learning partners. Because I have always treated my students as the learning partners, and we learn together, we evolve together, and certainly in every semester, in every year, if I say, then I, along with my students, we come up with something innovative, and at the end of the year, we have a certain set of things that we have learned for the very first time. We take a note of that also. So that can be done if the perspective is driven in that manner. So now the question arises, how that can be done. So here I would like you to intervene and come forward and let me know as to what are the ways in which you would actually come forward and try to resolve these challenges. Like sir just stated, if I'm not wrong, Marur sir, right? Am I correct, sir?
Jnaneshwar, sir. Jnaneshwar.
Okay,
Jnaneshwar.
Jnaneshwar sir.
Jnaneshwar. Yes. Jnaneshwar. Jnaneshwar.
So here,
yes.
sir just stated that there is the option when we open up and we try to settle with the students. Apart from this, what all do you believe that will help us in overcoming the challenges which we have been talking about earlier? Anyone? Or do you want me to announce the names like we do in the classes? Because it'll help in having more authenticated discussions. You may switch on your cameras if you feel comfortable, because that will, give me more. Even I would feel that we are into the physical interaction sessions. Yes, Aarti ma'am, would you like to say something here? Ma'am, you have muted yourself. Would you like to say something? Or are you writing in the chat box? Okay. Can you relate to this image? Can you relate to this image? Priyanka, would you like to say something about the image?
Madam, this is Dr. Jnaneshwar. Can I just pitch in?
Yeah, please.
Jnaneshwar from
I would love
Mangalore.
to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think here teacher is more of is more of a partner in the entire discussion. That's what I understand, because it is not being pushed. The concepts are not being pushed, and students also, if you see, they are showing a lot of interest in the entire process. Teaching learning is really happening. So when students are made realize that there is nothing right or wrong answer, it is all the perspective that matters, then they would like to take education as fun. But of late, what is happening is education is being considered more of mugging up, focusing on the rote memory. Here, I don't see that's being there. So teacher is involving the students in the discussion. So they are learning, they are enjoying the process of learning. That's what I understand. Students are being fully involved. You will not see any students, being left out. So each and every student is involved there. That's what I understand.
Very
Is
rightly
it?
said, sir.
I could be wrong. I'm not.
Yeah, it's not about right and wrong, but it is about the perception which everybody will hold, because certainly here there is no correct answer. I would say like that there is no correct answer. There may be different perceptions to understand the same image. And I would say that I would really appreciate if someone else also comes forward and talks about as to what do they actually perceive about the image, because we can have different perceptions, and why not we understand each other well and understand as to what are the perceptions that come forward to. Because in the entire presentation which I have prepared, I have a good number of activities out here. So if the engagement level would be less, then the entire purpose of the FDP would not be resolved. So I would welcome all of you to come forward and have a very healthy discussion. Okay, so here we have a message coming up from Rama Rao sir.
Madam, one more thing.
Yes, please.
Madam,
yes,
one more
please.
thing. This is, I'm sorry, I'm interrupting, Jnaneshwar. See, it's more of a teacher is trying to show and narrate a story. This is what I'm saying. A teacher is trying to show something and narrate a story.
I couldn't get you.
Yeah,
Could you please repeat, sir?
Yeah, I have a network issue here. See, I think teacher is trying to show something and narrate a story. So students like storytelling sort of concept, which I've also started off late. So the concepts tend to remain intact in the mind. So that is the reason teacher is trying to show something and do a storytelling, narrate a story. So students tend to recall the concept much better. I'm not sure whether it is.
Right, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much for constantly updating the information and adding value to the workshop. Well, here we have a few more responses in the chat box. Let me just add those responses also and share those responses which have come up. So the first one is by Rama Rao sir. I hope I have pronounced the name correctly. Well, I would say that the message which has come across for this figure, it states that small group and creating interest amongst the students, so that and easy to reach all, because everybody is involved in the transaction or the discussion which is being happening. And here Aarti ma'am has also written something. Let me just read out. Peer learning or group work is expected after the brief from the teacher. Okay, nice. So these are the different perspectives which have come up. And yeah, Ruchi Sharma has also written the same, that group learning. Well, perfectly fine. Here, as far as so we have come up with 4 different responses, wherein the first one was that the teacher is involving the students. Here, sir talked about the involvement as one of the important elements for the teacher to have effective communication. Similarly, second message which came up was with respect to developing interest amongst the students by easily reaching all the students, rather than just focusing on 1 or 2 students, but it's the easy reach to all the students. And the third one is peer learning, which is again very important. Or the fourth one is the group learning, or the group activity which is being undertaken. Well, I would say here that all the responses are perfectly fine and they are 100% correct. But at the same time, what I would like to add is, okay, here the teacher is giving a briefing before a group of students. Another message or another response which we received for this image. Well, again, the correct answer. Yes, the teacher is involving the students. The teacher is briefing the students and explaining it so well that each and every student. Now, if we look at the body language of all the students, if we look at the expressions which the students have, the smile which the students have, or the see, everybody is having a very unique page, right? So that means certainly they are doing some group activity and the teacher is explaining them, or is giving them or allotting them the tasks. And at the same time, involvement of each and every student. Look at the student who is watching at the student, the smile at the student's face, again the expressions at the student's face, and look at him. So ultimately what we actually want is similar kind of bonding with the students as a faculty member. And this is possible only if we are actually involved in the activity, so that they develop that bond with us, instead of just doing the work for the compliance purposes. That is, yeah, they have to be given an assignment. Okay, the assignment is given and they'll just copy the assignment and come back. No, if such kind of work is being given to them, there would be no learning, number one. And there will be no application aspect of the work which, or the concepts which we are teaching them in the class. Because here because we should always be focused more on the application aspect. So even if I talk about the engineering students or the management students, no matter in what field they are, at the end of the day they have to apply that knowledge. It's not the theoretical concepts which will only function, but if we teach them how the concepts could be applied well in their career ahead or in their profession ahead, then certainly the is more, and at the same time the participation would increase more. So how will this be achieved? It is through effective communication. Now, moving on to the next slide, and that is, if we all, I have been always talking about effective communication, and this is what we have, or rather, I have been told that this is the topic which I need to talk about. So just tell me, in spite of using this word again and again, I have still not clearly stated what is effective communication. Now, before I proceed further, I wanted to conduct a small mind mapping exercise with respect to answers to this question, that is, what is effective communication from your perspective? I have written down the points, although I have few points in my mind. But I would like to listen from all of you that what do you perceive? What is effective communication, so that, again, the insights would be better. So whosoever is interested can actually come forward and write down in the chat box if they do not want to unmute themselves. But that would be great if you come up with the answers. Yeah, so we have the first answer, reliable content. Okay, let me see if I can do that exercise. Just a second, just give me 1 second so that I can actually start writing. Just a minute.
What I feel in effective communication is that if I am able to deliver what I intend to, and of course it has to be two-way, I consider communication has taken place. Like, no, I know there are different C's, 5 C's and all that stuff, but if we're talking simple words in a layman language, without considering completeness, conciseness and all that stuff, if I'm able to deliver what I intend to, and I get the two-way response in maybe in the form of gesture, maybe in form of a statement, written or oral, I consider communication has taken place.
Right, right. So what should be the word which I write over here, sir?
And where in chat box?
Sorry?
Okay, here. It should be here, complete. It should be complete. It should be correct. It should be concise. These are C's of communication. We all know.
Okay, all C's of communication. So I should write here C of communication. This is the mind mapping exercise which we are doing right now. So right, apart from this,
because I remember this is what I was taught by my communication faculty when I was a student. So
that's nice. That's nice, sir. Good to know that.
Ma'am, can we have eye-to-eye contact for the effective communication?
That's right, ma'am. Who's this? I would like to know your name as well.
Parminder, ma'am. Parminder Wadhwa.
Okay. I am seeing you now. So that was eye-to-eye contact. Or I would say eye contact here, because I could not see the entire words. Okay. Further, I'll move on to the chat box because I could see a good number of responses in the chat box as well. So here we have reliable content, presentation of views. Okay. So first of all, I would say here, effective communication means reliable content. How, Ruchi, could you please explain as to how do you think that reliable content or content is actually very important for a teacher to deliver to the students? Why do you think so? Can you give me can you just share one logic behind it? You can write down in the chat box. Meanwhile, I'll go to the second message, that is presentation of views. Rama Rao sir, could you just share as to why do you think or in what sense the views should be presented, or I mean, how are you relating the presentation of views with effective communication? Could you please explain that?
Good morning, madam. Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Very much audible. Thank you for joining in.
Okay. Because I have one view, but again, the same thing needs to know by others. Because I feel that empathy is one part, because the others also needs to know what exactly I wanted to communicate. So that's my view needs to reach them. So I feel that presentation of the view is important.
Right. So have you talked about empathy, if I'm
Yes,
right?
madam. Yes, madam.
Right. Right. Thank you, sir. Well, this is again, I would appreciate this answer because empathy is one such thing which, which removes all the barriers in communication. And if we empathize with our students, or if we empathize with the person with whom we are communicating, then certainly the understanding improves. And if the understanding improves, it is the trust which improves. And if the trust improves, then certainly we have achieved our all the goals. So very rightly said, and that was a good answer. Thank you so much for sharing, sir. Okay, next we have Arti Joshi coming up with the effective communication is when the senders and the receivers field of understanding matches, like common language, culture, region, and educational background has some common support. Right, I would say here, but since we teach, and rather I would say that since you also have a good lot of experience, and you might have had a good number of students coming up with from diverse backgrounds, so the challenge of meeting or understanding the people from diverse backgrounds is also very important, and very they have to be handled with care. Like we normally use the term handle with care, so it is being used for the students of different languages also, or different cultures as well, because here we have some international students also coming up, and if we do not understand them, or if uh, um, we do not gel with them, in that case certainly we will be at we will face a big trouble. So although the point which you have raised, that it becomes easier, or the communication becomes easier if we have something in common, but certainly as a teacher we need to also overcome the challenges of different cultures and languages. But that was a good point raised. Thank you. So here we have uh, 7 C's of communication. Okay, information can be conveyed effectively and efficiently, means the receiver can understand what the speaker actually wants to convey. True. So unless and until there is a complete or a clear understanding of what has been communicated, the communication will remain incomplete, and which is not which is not desired for the, or which is not desirable for the teacher, because as a teacher we should always be effective in our communication, because at the end of the day, whatever we are doing, our profession demands that we have to be communicative, and not only communicative, rather we have to be very effective in our entire communication, so that the whatever we want to convey, or whatever we would like to teach to the students, whatever we would like to impart, whatever knowledge we would like to impart to the students, that has to be communicated well. So whichever subject we are teaching, irrespective of that, we have to be to the point, we have to be crisp, and at the same time we have to be clear. So all these C's of communication rightly portrayed here. Then Nithya sir has written that good body language and voice modulation. Certainly fine, because this is I would rather write here non-verbal communication. Okay, why non-verbal communication? Because this is one of the crucial elements of what the students observe during the class hours. Now, whether we are online or we are offline, as a teacher, we have to always switch on the cameras and also sit across the cameras, whether we could see our students or not. But at the same time, if we talk about the physical classes or the in-person classes, there also we have to be very cautious. We have to be careful as to what kind of expressions we are giving to the students. What is our body language? Because there are times when the students, they do not listen to what you're saying. Rather, they go by your expressions and they go by your body language, and they try to figure it out as to, or they would try to imbibe the same things amongst themselves. And as far as the voice modulation aspect is concerned, certainly if we wish to engage the students well, if we want that the interest should be sustained in the classes, then there should be voice modulation. And that is again crucial for a good communication message. Okay, next we have, whatever teacher is conveying, that should be right in terms of knowledge reliability. Okay, thank you, Ruchi, for coming up with the explanation of the point which you have stated earlier. Well, I could now get to know that what you were trying to say, focusing on the trust part, that receiver can rely on the message sent. Well, for every good relationship, no matter what the relationship is, it will sustain if and only if there is a trust or bond of trust between the sender and the receiver, or between the two persons who are having that relationship. If the trust element is missing, then certainly there is no relationship. And in that case, there will be no bond. So it would be just merely a visual relationship which is visible to the people out here, but in reality there is no relation between the people. Okay, here I would like to add that Ruchi, your point was very valid, that the content should be valid, it should be reliable, or it should be so. As a teacher, first and the foremost thing what we should have is simply the knowledge base which we are carrying. That is, everything else would be fine, that we should be confident, we should have eye contact, we should empathize. That is fine, that is a requirement. But as a human being, that should be there in each and every person. But as far as a teacher is concerned, if the content we are teaching is not up to the mark, then certainly we are going for a toss altogether. Then it is fairly bad, I would say, that we are not justifying with the profession which we are going for. So content at the is the first priority for a teacher. And I guess that everybody who enters into this domain or enters into this profession, they actually abide by this particular requirement and they justify their profession. Okay, next we have managing the class heterogeneity, like we have students from rural background and international students in the same class. So it has to be managed. Very rightly said, Aarti ma'am. So it is in continuation with the previous discussion which we had just now. And I would say that yes, certainly this challenge as a teacher, we have to balance, because at the end of the day, if there are 60 students sitting in my class, each and every student has to be treated well, and the equal weightage should be given to each and every student. So irrespective of whether the student is from a rural background or from the international some international country, or from the local community, or from my own family, maybe my relative is studying in the class where I'm teaching, so I have to pay equal attention to each and every student without any biasness. So again, this would be, as a teacher, that is our role. And as I would say, an effective communicator, we need to strike that balance well. Okay, now thank you for being so participative in this activity. But now I would be coming up with another activity, and here I share my screen in some other manner. Just a minute, just let me open the slideshow. Okay, so here as far as the this mind mapping exercise is concerned, we have completed that, And since I have laid down only 5 points, although there could be n number of points which we could come forward with, but I would say certainly we have covered most of the important elements for effective communication. There would be few which are pending ones. Probably I'll be covering up one by one as we proceed further. So here we go for the next exercise. So here is the activity. I would like to have a few, okay, here I can go with the, with everyone. So whosoever wishes to give me the answer to this question, which I would be placing right now, please do unmute yourselves, or in the case where the bandwidth is not that high, you can always write in the chat box. But I would expect a certain amount of answers from all of you. Let's see. And here we go. So the question is, see if we can find the errors in this. And your time starts now.
The spelling of C is wrong.
It should be SEE.
Okay, first of all, I would like to announce Parminder Wadhwa, how could you please let me know what are your responses?
C spelling is wrong. SEE.
Spelling of C in the first line is wrong, and before reading the further paragraph, we can find the error in the line itself.
Right. Okay, I have answers in the chat box. Let me see. Right.
Spelling of errors.
Right. Right.
Spelling of read.
True.
And the question mark at the end.
Okay. Anything else? So I would like you to open up your cameras, whosoever wishes to respond for the entire question. So one is Parminder. Parminder, how many errors have you been able to identify?
I'm counting, ma'am.
Okay, done. Please take your time.
Five are spelling errors, and one is the question mark. One should be the question mark. See if you can find all of them. Then a question mark should be there.
Okay. Are you sure about this?
I think 4 spelling errors and 1 full stop has to be there at the last.
Okay. So, Surinder sir, what were the errors you were able to locate?
The first foremost is the red line, that is spelling of C, which everyone has noted. It should be SEE. Next is the spelling of error itself. Error O should
True.
be.
In case of believe should be there.
The fourth is the read spelling is wrong, and the last error is the full stop is missing at the last sentence.
So you were able to identify 4 points, is it?
4, no, 4 plus 1. 4 spelling errors, 1 grammatical
4 spelling errors and 1 full stop or a question mark. Fine. 1 punctuation is missing.
No, right. Not question mark. Full stop. It should be full stop.
It should be full stop, right? Yeah. Okay. So next we have Parminder. How many errors were you able to locate? Parminder, are you there, or I think she has disconnected?
There are 6 errors, ma'am. In the first line, at the top where red content is written, the spelling of C is number 1. Then in place of believe should be there, number 2. In the place of errors, O spelling of errors, then study, spelling of read, and then at the last line the punctuation problem is there. See if you can find all of them question mark. I think so.
Okay. Okay. Is there anyone else who would like to answer? Apart from these two contestants, we have. Do we have any other volunteer?
I agree that it should be
Particle,
believe
sir.
instead of believe.
I'm sorry, I couldn't get you.
I said I agree. It should be believe, not believe. I overlooked that. That was again a grammatical error.
Okay. Okay. That is also an error. Fine. Fine. So, is there anyone else who would like to answer? Okay, Particle, Akshay Ujjwal, he has written 4 errors. Then we have Prabjot Kaur. She has written 5. Prabjot, can you just share your responses, please? Prabjot, will you be able to share your responses? I hope you're writing down. Okay, so till the meanwhile she is writing, I am seeing the responses in the chat box, and I could see that maximum we could see the 5 number of errors coming up. Okay, Rama Rao sir has also written 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Rama Rao sir, could you please tell me why have you written last in the answer?
Madam, it is a full stop only. It means sentence is not completed. That's it.
Okay, so you mean to say that there are 5 errors, right?
Yes, madam.
Right. Okay. Swapnesh has written due to wrong spellings, the concentration level of the student increases. Okay. Fine. So here we go. That what are the errors? So just let me explain. So Parminder, you were correct. You were correct. The only thing which was missing from your end is, yeah, the missing point was that in the last we should have a full stop rather than a question mark. So in a way, nobody has come up with all correct answers, but I would say that certainly this exercise is important. Why have we undertaken this exercise? Just let me explain that. That number 1 rule for effective communication is reading, that we have to be very careful while we read, and at the same time what we expect is that we should read between the lines also what the students are trying to say, but sometimes they miss out in sharing, or sometimes they they just express through their body language, and we should read their body language as well. So in a way, reading is not only about whatever is written or whatever is being shared with us as an information, but we should read between the lines and try to understand where is that gap coming up, what are the problems which the student is facing, and before the student should even come up with sharing your problem, you should be ready with the answers, and that is possible if and only if we read them well. So reading is not about reading the book or reading the text, but it is about reading the student well. This is the first rule for effective communication. What I perceive. Okay, coming up to the next exercise. Okay, before I come up with the exercise, I would like to have 2 or 3 volunteers, please. Here, I would request that you need to open up your cameras, because only those people will be able to, or at least if not the cameras, you should be able to unmute yourself. But please do let me know whosoever would like to participate for this activity. First 3 responses in the chat box will be considered. First 3 responses in the chat box will be considered. Okay, so we have the responses coming up. First is Ruchi, second is Dr. Surinder, and third is, let me see, third. I would like to have one more volunteer. Okay, meanwhile, we can just start with Ruchi Sharma. Ruchi, can you unmute yourself? It's only then you will be able to play the activity.
Yes, ma'am, I have muted myself.
Great, thank you so much. So here we go. Okay, just let me explain the rules of the game. What you have to do is, I'll be showing you one image, and the moment I show you the image of a screen, there you'll be reading the colors, the names of the colors. And what you have to do is that you need to read the name of the color, which is not the word which is written. I mean, you're not supposed to read the word, but you are supposed to read the color in which that word is written, right? So for example, here if I talk about the word read is written, right? The word reading is written. So you would not read it as reading, you will read it as blue. Okay?
Okay.
I hope the rules are clear.
Okay,
Surinder
yes.
sir, are the rules clear to you also? Done. So, okay, we don't have any third volunteer. So no one is interested, even after knowing about the rules of the game. Is anyone else who is interested?
So ma'am, who is going to speak first?
Sorry?
Who will be given the first chance to play this game, no? Because otherwise there will be voice echo.
Ruchi will be given the first chance. Ruchi will be given the first chance. Okay,
Okay.
Swadesh.
A little.
Will be the third one. Okay, so I am starting with Ruchi, right? Ruchi, are you ready?
Yes, ma'am. Ready.
It of color changes are there in the screen also, ma'am. If some black and blue, they will look different in the our devices.
Yes. 100%. Okay, it's okay. Whatever you look, I mean, whatever you see it, you just read it accordingly. It's okay. It's okay. Okay. So I am starting with the activity. All the best. Let's see who will win the game. Start.
Red, green, orange. It's
Stop, Ruchi. Ruchi, stop.
Sorry. Yes.
No, you need to stop again. Listen. Now, if you hear the second rule, which I did not tell you intentionally, was that you are not going to stop in between. There should be no pauses in between. So you have to read it in just one go. So no matter what, you're not going to stop. Okay? So Ruchi, you are out. So next we have Dr. Surinder. Sir, are you ready?
Madam, if you allow me, can I take my turn? I have to remove my car. It's blocked someone's ways. If you allow me.
Sure. No problems. You may do that. Meanwhile, we'll start the activity with the next respondent.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much.
No problem, sir. So here we have Swadesh Deepak.
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, can we have you?
Yes, ma'am. I'm getting
Okay,
you.
you are there. Okay, you are there. Right. So shall we start with the activity? Are you ready?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Right. So here we go, sir. Start.
Red, blue, red, purple, yellow, red, purple, blue, magenta, blue, yellow, again purple,
Yeah.
again
Yellow
red.
it's green. It's green. It's green, sir.
Okay.
Yellow was written, but it was written in green.
Okay, ma'am. Sorry.
No need to be sorry. So this is one of the activities which I really love this activity because it helps us in giving so many learning outcomes that I really love this activity, because there are so many learnings that we really get from this activity. So Parminder, would you like to give it a try? Parminder, would you like to give it a try?
Yes, ma'am.
Sure. So here I am about to show you the activity. Are you ready?
Yes.
Right. So let's start. I hope the screen is visible now.
Yes. Red,
Please go ahead.
green, orange, blue, yellow, pink, blue, green, brown, blue, yellow, purple, red, pink, brown, green, pink, brown, blue, red, red, brown, green, yellow, brown, blue, pink, green, orange, yellow, red, pink, brown, orange, blue, green, black, yellow, red, brown,
Awesome.
yellow,
Awesome.
green, pink, black, red, green, blue, red, pink, orange.
Awesome. Awesome. This was, you have covered it so well. You have covered it so well. And there are very few people who have been able to crack this activity. So, because if you see in this particular activity, there were somewhere around 40 colors, and you spoke all the colors so well. So I will not share the learning outcome till Surinder sir comes back and repeats the same. Right? I'll just give him one chance, and thereafter we will. I'll be able to share the learning outcome of this activity. But you have done a wonderful job. Kudos to you.
Thank you. Thank you.
So, Nidhi ma'am,
Yes, please.
ma'am, I wish to try, ma'am.
Okay. May I know your good name, please?
Priyanka, ma'am.
Priyanka. Right.
Yes,
Sure,
ma'am.
Priyanka. So where are you? Have you switched on your camera?
No, ma'am. It's not
Okay.
switched on.
Okay. Should I start with the activity? Are you ready?
Yes, ma'am.
Right. Here we go.
Red, green, orange, purple, yellow, pink, blue, green, brown, blue, yellow, purple, red, pink, black, green, pink, brown, blue, red, red, orange, green, yellow, brown, purple, orange, sorry, pink, green,
Okay. Wrong, wrong,
orange.
wrong. Wait, Priyanka. Here
Yes,
you were
ma'am.
wrong. You were wrong in 1 point.
Yes,
So,
ma'am.
yeah. So, and you also paused in between twice, although I did not interrupt at that particular time, but certainly that was, even at that point, I do not allow the contestant to go further, to go any further.
Okay,
That was a
thank you,
nice
ma'am,
try.
for allowing me.
No, but that was a nice try. I'm happy that you were able to crack the half of it. So that was a good thing. And I always believe in one more aspect, that we should always come forward and participate, rather than just that we are sitting at the back, and we think that we could have participated, because I have always been
Exactly.
focusing more on the participation rather than winning the game.
Yes, ma'am.
Right. Thank you so much for coming forward.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Okay, is there anyone else who would like to give it a try? Sorry. Okay, so should we wait for Surinder sir for another 2 minutes? Or should we start with the learning activity? I guess we should proceed, and once he'll come to, we can further continue with the activity. Okay, now if I talk about the learning outcome of this activity, we have here the rule number 2, that is talking. Okay, so now what do we actually understand by this rule for effective communication, that is talking. What could be the meaning of talking in context to effective communication? Well, I would say point which I was talking about for this exercise while I was talking to Priyanka, and rather I was talking to all of you, I would say that participation is the most important thing, right? And that is, we should come forward and open up, and we should give the scope to all our students to come forward and participate, because the moment they come forward and talk with us, it's only then they will release their ideas, what they have stored in their minds. Because if we do not give them the opportunity to speak, how will we get to know what all is going on in their minds? So at the end of the day, if we just tell them to be quiet, we always tell our students to be quiet in the class, but I believe in the exact opposite direction, that I would always tell my students that please open up, please talk with me. You have to be more interactive, because unless and until they come up with all the points which they have here in their minds, or which whatever myths they have in their minds, if they do not share their opinions, then they will be keep on thinking in those lines only for maybe for the entire semester or till the exam comes, if I'm talking about a specific subject. So talking is very important, and we should always motivate our students to talk more. Obviously not when we are teaching, but certainly we can have these sessions in more interactive manner, so that they open up, and the discussion forums they are more result oriented, right? And in this way, that bond which I have been always focusing since the beginning of the lecture, that there should be a bond between a student and a teacher, that will be formed if and only if we give them the scope to open up through talking. Okay, now next we move on to just read this statement. Just read this statement. I know that you believe, you understand what you think I said, but I'm not sure you realize that what you heard is not what I meant. Have you understood? I hope the point is clear. Is it? What do you perceive about this statement? What do you understand from this statement? I would like to have some answers from all of you. What do you think about the statement? You can just write down in the chat box. Yeah, no pauses. Okay.
Ma'am, may I contribute in this one?
Yes, please. Yes, please.
Ma'am, it means that whatever with whom I'm talking, that person's thinking and interpretation is okay on his side, but he has not got my intention, that what I want to say, your further processing is okay, your interpretation is okay, but you have not got my intentions. So if I will make my intention clear to you, further your thinking is accurate on your part.
Okay, right. Anyone else who would like? I would not say anything else as of now. Just let me have some other opinions also.
Shall I speak it while correcting it?
Yes, sir. Please, please, sir.
Okay. It should go like this. I know that you believe you understand what I think, what you think I said, but I am not sure you realize that what you heard is not what exactly I meant.
Right.
It should be going like this.
Okay, it should go like this. Yeah.
It's going like a plain sentence. That was making the message unclear.
Right, right. And we have one more response from Ruchi, which states that interpretation is different between sender and receiver, to be very precise. Very precisely, Ruchi, you have stated the correct answer. And Surinder sir, again, you and Parminder, you were all synced together, and you have although Surinder sir has given it a new direction wherein you are stating that the statement should be said like this. Correct. It is the way which we speak, the way how we speak a particular sentence will make the entire difference, because even one single comma or one single pause, it can change the entire meaning of the sentence altogether. So we have to be very careful when we take the pauses. Number two perspective is that the exact meaning of this phrase which I have written here is that the sender is giving some other message, but the receiver has interpreted it in some other manner, and then the sender is again receiving the message that he has that the receiver has had some other information altogether. So now what is the actual learning, or I would say the act behind this sentence? Why have I mentioned this is it's not so clear, right? So why is it not so clear? Because the idea here is that whatever we speak, whatever we say in the classes or in the classrooms, we have to be sure that if we are short, we use short and clear sentences rather than complicated and very complicated. If we say in a complicated manner, then certainly the clarity would be less. And we are not we don't go to the classes just to show off by using jargons or by using all the technical terms. We have to use, it's not that we are not supposed to use any technical terms in the domain of engineering or management, but certainly we should always focus on short and clear and crisp sentences so that the communication goes across in the best possible manner. So here comes the third rule, that is listening. That entire focus is till now we have talked about reading, we have talked about what was the second rule, that was talking, and the third rule here we have listening. That as a teacher, our role is to listen to the students. And if we do not listen to them, if we do not listen, see, because I have, not I, but everybody, we might have noticed that even before we tend to complete our sentences, we have responses coming up from the students, right? Or sometimes what happens is, even if we are not having an interaction with the students, maybe between the peer group, so there are certain instances when we see that the receivers, they just hear to reply, they do not listen, but they hear to reply back. That is, if we say something, they will reply with the same intent, or maybe with a heavier intent. But in reality, it should be the other way around. That is, we should always listen to what the students want to communicate. And sometimes the listening is on a silent mode. Like we have the phones on our silent mode. Similarly, we have listening also on the silent mode. When they do not speak anything, but it's their body language, it's their expressions that we need to understand, and we need to listen their expressions well. Because it's only if we know them well, because there are times when the students are misdirected or they move in a different direction altogether, which is wrong for them, and we get to know only by the expressions which when they sit in the class. Like initially one of the participants said that the eyes roll over, and then I get to know that the student has not understood of what I have been talking about. So similarly, there may be times when the student who is very interactive in the class, but suddenly the student stops interacting. He becomes a quiet student sitting in the corner, who's always there present in the class, but is mentally not present. So we should identify such cases, and we should know, we should listen to them as to what is the problem and try to resolve those problems. Okay, we have a point from Ruchi which states reason is that we are mentally present somewhere instead of our physical presence in class. True, this happens, but we need to, as a teacher, our role should be to gauge all such cases and understand so that we can provide them the right direction. because at the end of the day, they are the future decision makers. They are the ones who would be leading the entire show. And if we do not justify our profession by sending them in the right directions, then we are not doing justice to ourselves. This is what I believe. Okay, moving ahead, we have, can you see the slide here? So what do you see here? Let's assume that these all are the students of our class. So can you see the different expressions coming up? Do we actually notice all these kinds of expressions? Surinder sir, would you like to say something?
It's depicting more of emotions and gestures of students, their state of mind through their visual appeal, their face looks and all that, which normally we do in the class, trying to understand what must be going at the back of their mind, whether they're understanding or not, are they happy with the class, difficulties are faces and gestures.
Yeah, and there are certain cases when we could identify that yes, some mischief is also going on, which is a normal part of the classrooms which we have. Even I would say when the online classes started here, so then also we realized that students, we never thought of that this could ever happen. But we actually identified that there are students who would do mischief during the online classes also. They could take the control of the entire presentation of what the teacher is presenting. They would remove the participants from the team. And while the teacher is speaking, they could, even mute the faculty also. So these are the things which the students know how to do because they are more tech savvy. And at the same time, but here what comes is the role of the teacher. That is how you control the class. And all this can be possible. This is possible if and only if we actually come forward to and we listen to what through their expressions, that is what they are trying to do. So it is about making your point without saying even a single word. That is the fourth rule, non-verbal communication. I could see that the time is up, but still I just take another 5 minutes to wind up my work here. Not much of the presentation is left, but I quickly try to wind up the session. Parampal sir, are you here?
I'm here.
Sir, can you give me just another 5 more minutes?
Go ahead. No, not a problem. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you so much, sir. And I'm sorry that I'm not abided by the timelines.
Not an issue. As per the satisfaction of all the participants.
Right, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Okay, so here we go with the next slide, which talks about certain things. What is it? Can you relate to this as an activity, as an ongoing activity in the class? What do you think this image talks about? This is again one of an important rules of effective communication. And just let me, okay, we have an answer coming up. Oh, okay, thank you so much, Ruchi ma'am. Well, so what is it all about? What is it all about? Anyone? What do you think this could be? Can you see the happy faces? Can you see that the work is going on? Can you notice that? Can you see the person, two girls are doing high five, right? So there, yes, participative approach. I would say here the answer, Surinder sir, it's correct. We have more teamwork. The moment we have more of team exercises, brainstorming happens and they start sharing their thoughts. So certainly the results of the class would be very, very, very effective. And this I have been practicing, and I believe that everyone is actually giving the group assignments. So this is one of a major rules for effective communication, because there are some because everybody is different in nature, and they always they need some time to open up also. but there are times when people they expect that there are times when people don't open up. They want to remain silent or quiet in one corner of the room, and they would not even bother to participate. So we need to open up those students also. So while forming the groups, we can always pick up a blend of students, wherein we have two students who can take the initiative, and there could be other 2-3 students who are quiet, more towards quiet. So ultimately, the bond starts generating between the students also, because if they start avoiding the competition, they will be lesser selfish in nature, but they would be more helpful. And if this team spirit comes up, ultimately it will be helpful for them in the practical life in future, once they go into their career, or in even if they handle their own business, or they may go into a job. Teamwork is a must, and they should know how to work in a team wherein people of diverse natures, they would collaborate and work together. So everything has to be inculcated in the students, and that could be done only through more teamwork. Yes, that was the joy after accomplishing something in project. Certainly, once the that image that reflected that yes, they are doing the work together, and at the same time they are celebrating their winning together, their achievements together. So here we have one more image coming up. What is it? There are two females talking, and at the same time there is much positivity amongst them, because this smile on the face that talks about everything. So here we have quality time, correct? So what is the next rule? Rule number 6, that is supportive environment. So I would say here that if we try to provide support to the to all the stakeholders that are there in the communication environment, that is the sender versus the receivers, or the students versus the teacher. So if we provide support, and if we provide them positive feedback rather than just pinpointing their mistakes, see, it's not that they we should tell them that yes, they are doing always doing a wonderful job. They may do some mistakes, but we can always tell these mistakes in a very constructive manner, because the more positive environment, positive things we'll infuse in our students, their confidence level will boost up, and at the same time their trust will boost up, and they will try more innovative things, and ultimately which will help them up in uncovering themselves better. So this could be possible if and only if we as a teacher, while effectively communicating, we provide them the safe and supportive environment. The more we are supportive, the better the outcomes will be. And even at the end, we will feel relaxed that yes, we have achieved our goal. So in many ways, effective communication starts with mutual respect, number one, communication that inspires and encourages others to do their best. So ultimately, our focus should be on what? It's not that we have to respect them, but we have to give them, even we should respect them, right? It's not that we should call them Bacha ji, aap kya kar rahe ho? No, it's not that kind of statement should be issued to them. No, but certainly we should not insult them. We should not we should talk to them as if they are the future business leaders, and we should treat them in that manner. Definitely when they're going wrong, we should also scold them. I am a very strict teacher, I'm considered to be a very strict teacher, but at the same time, discipline and respect, they cannot just intermingled. Discipline is one thing, and I always abide by my rules. I have certain rules for my class, and I abide by those rules, and I am a very strict teacher, believe me. But at the same time, I will not disrespect my students. So there is a thin line between both of things, and we should always do that so that it inspires them and it encourages them to give out their best. So this is an image. I would not take much time here, but this is an elephant. Obviously, we know that. And these are the 6 students, if I could see. All are blind. If you could see the black spectacles they are wearing, so, or the glares they are wearing during night also, because they are blind. Now, this is the kids, if you see, they are holding the different parts of the elephant, right? And all these kids, they have not seen the elephant earlier. So they are trying to assume or they are trying to create a picture of the elephant in their eyes, which they have not seen earlier. But, you know, they are trying to identify and relate to a particular object to an elephant. They're trying to compare. Okay? And if you see here, this one, the one who is holding the foot, right? He is assuming that this is a pillar. The one who is holding the tail, he is assuming that it is a rope. The one who is holding the trunk, he's assuming that this is a cloth. The one who is holding the ear, he's assuming that it is a fan. Remember that we used to have fans earlier, which is being used, through hand. So, and the one who is holding the stomach assumes that this is a building, this is a wall kind of a structure. And the one who is holding the tooth, he's assuming that it is a very sharp weapon kind of a thing. So ultimately, the perception of each and every blind kid is different, but that doesn't change the elephant altogether. So what I would like to portray here through this image is that to effectively communicate, we must realize that we are all different in the way we perceive the world, and use this understanding as a guide to our communication with others, as stated by Tony Robbins, sir. So here I would say the same thing, that since our perceptions are different, so there is no such right thing which we could have, we could ever have in our classrooms also. But it's the way how we deal with the students, how we deal with the people, that our communication becomes effective. And there is no one single strategy which we could actually implement at all points of time, or with everyone out here. But certainly we should always understand the other people's perception and empathize them, so that we take better decisions in life. So with that note, I would like to say thank you. And I'm really sorry that I extended somewhere around 15 to 20 minutes of time, 14 minutes of time to be precise. I just checked the time, but certainly because I just wanted to cover up as to whatever I have learned, and probably I would like to thank everybody for being so participative, because at the end of the day, I have also learned a lot from you all through this interaction, gained certain knowledge. So thank you one and all.
Thanks, Nidhi.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir, for giving me the opportunity once again.
Formal thanks would be extended to you by Professor Mandeep. I'm just thanking you. Fine. It was a nice session. Okay.
Thank you so much, sir.
See you soon.
Thank you, Dr. Nidhi Phutela. Thank you for an enlightening and entertaining presentation. Your topic was actually really interesting topic. As we all know that an effective communication is 20% what you know, and 80% how you feel about what you know. The way we communicate with others and with ourselves ultimately determine the qualities of our life. So communication basically play a very important role when we are in especially teaching teaching stream. So it is a great help for us to communicate with our students. If we are an effective communicator, it would really help us to communicate better with our students. Thank you, ma'am, for the wonderful session. Your session was an interactive and interesting one, which made the participants more active. So it was a great session, and I truly agree with all the things you explained very well. The rules you explained that basically go side by side when we communicate with our students. Even I had learned a lot of things from your session. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity. And it was nice meeting all of you. And probably I would say that I have made new friends today. And I have also got the learning inputs from all of you. Thank you once again.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for being with us. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Okay, sir. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Thank
And
you,
hope to
Nidhi.
see you soon, sir.
Oh, no, not an issue. We'll be in touch soon, huh?
This conference will now be recorded.
Good morning, Dr. Arun. Can you hear me?
You're not audible, sir.
Good morning, sir. Sir, you are not audible, sir. No, sir, still you are not audible, sir.
हाँ जी डॉक्टर साहब, you are not audible. हाँ, आपकी नहीं आ रही है हमारे पास ना, यहाँ पे आपकी पिक तो आ रही है. We are able to see you. I don't know what is the reason. Yeah, just try it.
Maybe headphone ਨਾਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਆਉਂਦੀ
No.
ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਜਦ ਮੈਂ ਵੀ ਪਾਏ ਸੀਗੇ ਹੈਡਫੋਨ ਤਾਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਆ ਆਵਾਜ਼ ਨਹੀਂ ਆ
नहीं.
No, sir, you are not audible.
दोबारा ज्वाइन कर लो. आई है. मैडम ने बड़े साल
आगे?
हाँ.
हाँ. मैंने कभी बड़ी प्रॉब्लम
की
laptop the volume increase करने का.
Sir, you are not audible. Please increase the volume of your laptop.
Handset remove कर दो फिर इधर हटना है.
So try and remove your handset also, headphone also.
No. Still not.
So it's not coming.
ये दिक्कत तो दिल्ली आ गई. वॉल्यूम नहीं हो रही है मेरा. सर ऑन करो सेटिंग वगैरह से जाके ना वॉल्यूम अप कर.
Hello.
Yes, sir. Now you're audible, sir.
Okay, great. So you have
Yes.
connected from stop now?
Okay.
Off on a mic off. Yeah, it's okay now. This time you guys muted me. It was not me. No. Now you are audible. Okay. But still,
Welcome for the session.
thank you. It's late.
So it's a great pleasure for me to introduce our speaker of the next session, Dr. Arun Kumar Kaushik, who is currently associated as an assistant professor with IIM Amritsar, and who is going to talk to us about interdisciplinary teaching and learning techniques. Dr. Arun has worked as a full-time faculty with reputed B schools in India. He has 12 years of experience in academic research and corporate world. He is an expert in teaching marketing research and advanced marketing research. He has also developed and proposed a course, Marketing Analytics, for the senior students of IIM Amritsar. He has recently published marketing research textbook with McGraw-Hill publication. He had also obtained 2 post-graduation degrees, that is Masters of Business Administration and Masters of Commerce. He has published many research papers in reputed index journals. He has also chaired various sessions in renowned conferences like Pan World Management Conference and Pan IIT Conference. He actively participates in some of the renowned journals, including European Journal of Marketing, Tourism Management, etc. Please, all of the participants join with me in welcoming Dr. Arun Kaushik for the session. We welcome you, sir, for this session.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Professor Mandeep.
Yes, sir. Sir, waiting for you, to hear something from you, sir. Up to you, sir. Sir, you are not audible again.
Now, am I?
Yes, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
No, I'm still trying for this actually, because in most of my sessions I'm using this. Okay, so that's okay now. Let me try something new, because this is the new app. I mean, this go-to thing I'm not familiar with. We're using Zoom, we're using that Microsoft one, right? So, okay, so can we now start?
Yes, yes, sir.
So first of all, let me clarify one thing, all the participants, that I'm really not an expert. If you feel I'm an expert, then I think my domain is something else. Right? There must be some other experts sitting here. But this session, for me, it's all about sharing knowledge, experiences, and what I observed in different institutions so far in the last 10, 12 years, in academics at least, because we're talking about teaching and learning, interdisciplinary and all, right? So, in fact, I was reading this new education policy that again support my content, at least what I'm trying to say here. But before, you know what? So in short, it's better in case we can make it two-way communication. I really don't like, and I'm sitting here speaking too much, and then the people are getting bored after 10, 15 minutes, right? So since we all professors here, it should be a knowledge sharing platform rather than, you know what, a expert talk or something. So, you know, very first question, if I generally we start with the questions in the classroom, right? By the way, in case I'm not audible, so please, Mandeep, you have to ping me here, right? Right now I'm audible, I know.
Yeah, sure, sir.
Okay, so the point is, like, A lot of professors sitting in front of me. I'm obviously not used to with this kind of classroom, but still, that's what I'm saying. It's better if we share our experiences and knowledge. That will be, I mean, on this particular topic, of course, interdisciplinary teaching and but I had one more term here: interdisciplinary teaching, research, and learning. Because if you think we are complete without research, so that's not okay. Research is absolutely important. Professor Sunil Kumar, at least visible to me, so I hope he also accept this, that the academicians nowadays, at least in our field, it's not complete without interdisciplinary research as well. So learning, teaching, research and learning, we'll talk about this. And then maybe some supporting arguments I take from the new education policy 2020, recently introduced by MHRD. Even they promoting nowadays this interdisciplinary research, right? So usually I start my class with a question. So today, in fact, I'm starting with it. So why do we teach? That's my first question. Generally, you know what, to myself, if not to you. So because in at least in my subject marketing in here in IIM, you know what, that basically we always trying to find out why do we teach. And it's maybe because of our curriculum. We develop, by the way, our curriculum each and every time for each and every year for new by the way, the new courses we have added. So that's something happening here. So but before that, let me give you some background. So I started teaching in a private school, a college, you can say. Then I switched to the university system, private university system. Then I came back to IIT, okay, and that's for my research, IIT Roorkee. Then I jumped to the next university, again private university in Pune, Flame University. I'll talk about Flame more right now. And then I came back to the another public sector organization, which is right now I'm sitting here in IIM Amritsar. So in short, more or less, I've seen all private colleges, private universities, then the IITs. I mean, to some extent IITs, though I had a different role there, researcher, but assisting to my professor, and so I had kind of a exposure about teaching and you know what other things happening in IITs. And finally today I'm sitting here in IIM. I'm a teacher here first, and then researcher and administrator as well. I mean, to some extent I'm doing some administrative responsibilities as well. So when I say Flame, for example, so Flame is, you know what, known for? Do you know the Flame University? Any one of you? Mandeep or anyone? I want to make it. So Flame is known for a foundation of liberal and management education. Okay, FLAME if you check. Okay, so foundation, that means they started this liberal education in India. Okay, though we have Ashoka University in Delhi, we have some other universities nowadays, right? But still, what I feel, I mean, they started this a few years back in India, and now even other institutions doing the same thing. I mean, what they do, like even IIMs, let me tell you, it's not typically it's one discipline or one specialization MBA or courses in IIMs. Okay, we are more liberal than, you know what, when we completed our MBA from university system. I don't know you guys, but I remember in my time, if you are a marketing specialized, that means you have to take marketing papers, you have to thoroughly read those papers and have to complete your specializations. I mean, the minimum numbers. So that was the scene. But right now, it's not happening here, at least. Okay, we are quite liberal in terms of choosing subjects, specializations, or you can say the disciplines in university, like Flame, for example, Ashoka, for example, even in the new IIMs, for example, or established IIM in the IIM system, whole community, by the way, they have a bit liberal they are in terms of choosing subjects. Like, for example, students, they may choose subject from marketing. Not only from marketing, they can choose various disciplines, streams. That's something happening here. So I realized this thing very important when I was a part of Flame University. Okay, because there in bachelor's, if you check in Flame, they have mathematics one subject, history another subject, then music another subject, right? Then the chemistry is one subject, management couple of subjects. The students typically had choices there, right? So I don't know, I can use or not. Do we have Prampal ji, do we have some board, e-board, something here so that I can even, okay,
No,
see
no.
again. Okay, so if I just share my screen, you don't mind, right?
Yes, yes. You can share the screen. Yeah, that's great.
Okay, is it visible?
Yes, yes, it is visible, sir.
Okay, so let me draw a few things here. Not a good artist, but still, since we have system, so why not use this? So, okay, so if I say, for example, there are few terminology when we say interdisciplinary, we need to understand the others as well. For example, if I say intra, first of all, so earlier the education system, if you see, the more or less was about this. This is our system, right? And if I just make it black and white, and there was one discipline, is it? I hope my this bad drawing is visible to all participants. So something like this, okay? So intra, okay, intra. When I say intra means one specific discipline talking about, right? Today we say the interdisciplinary teaching and learning and research, you can say anything here, right? So then there are few more. If I just quickly cut and paste here, there's another discipline, we call it cross. When we say cross, for example, then we have different disciplines in our education system, or our system, you can say. If I just quickly copy and paste, so they are multiple disciplines now we have, right? Multiple disciplines in our education system. Okay, so these blue color circles are disciplines. This is black, our education system, you can say. Okay, so if I just quickly write, so we can say the cross, right? Disciplinary, maybe because of this intra, okay, and then we have 2 3 more like multi. When I say multi, for example, if I just quickly copy these, this is multi, but in multi actually they come together like this. Okay, and then we have another which is inter, you can say. Now we're talking about interdisciplinary. When I just make it like this, there's some overlappings, right? And finally we have inter. Okay, so that's something happening to our education system. That's what I'm saying. The first is when we have just one discipline with us, we're doing something on this particular discipline, then we have multiple discipline nearby, then they coming close, it is making cross disciplinary, and finally, end of the day, when one student learning from different disciplines, end of the day, it is becoming interdisciplinary research or sometimes disciplinary, learning. So that's what in short we have. Okay, so fine. Just a second, again, I'm struggling here. Hope you understood this. So let me just quickly stop, I think, sharing, then only I can be there. Hi, okay. So it's difficult, yeah, handling this. Okay, fine, I'm coming back. So I've stopped sharing. Is it okay?
Yes, sir. Yes.
I was struggling again. Sorry for this. I'm really not familiar with this new system. So that's something happening to our education system. So now, what's about I? See, I'll be talking about more. What's we doing here? Now, what are the techniques? Since the topic is about technique, what we can do in order to promote this disciplinary teaching and learning. In fact, research. So what's happening now, if you've heard about IIT system, in fact, they also started introducing this. Initially, what was the scene? I mean, the students, I mean, in IIM system, IIT system, more or less, they're from a technical background, right? The engineers. IITs, in fact, preferred only engineers. I remember a few years back, you even not find any single student from the other discipline, but now, because of maybe MHRD, because of maybe IITs or IIMs, I mean, they started now taking, I mean, the students from the multiple disciplines, because that's something really important nowadays. Why? We'll talk about this, and then how to actually entertain these set of students in the classroom, that I'll discuss with you. At least what I'm doing here in my case, that I can tell you. Okay, so unfortunately, it's still one way. This communication, though I don't like it, but it's difficult to say anything otherwise. So I even don't know how many of you from the management background or management faculties and the engineers. Okay, so that's why a bit Ranjit Kaur is not okay. Can I see a couple of faces at least? Maybe the organizers only. Yeah, Mandeep. Mandeep, you teaching online? Are you teaching online? Are you?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
You guys
We are
teaching
having a
online?
classes online. Yes,
Okay.
sir.
So, what in case everyone is not visible to you? You teaching comfortably, or there's some issues with you?
As you said earlier, it's again a one-way communication, because by many of the students, they don't switch on their cameras, and after reminding number of times, they are like muted, as well as they don't show their faces as well. And when you ask any question to the students, even you are not aware whether the students is getting you or not, because they are even not responding. Very few students are there in the class, those who are responding. So I feel like rather than classroom is a better option for teaching rather than online classes.
So that's
Though
one
it is
technical.
convenient, but we are not able to see our students, so we can't recognize that what is going back in the mind of the students, whether they are getting you or not. So that
Okay,
is
so
the big problem.
what can be the possible solution? Just make it mandatory you know what, switching on your camera, is that the feasible solution, you think?
So that can be one kind of solution, but even by switching on the cameras is not an ultimate solution, because even then they are like just mentally present, physically present in the class, but might not be mentally present in the class. So that is again not 100% solution, you can say.
Okay, so we right now not maybe talking about the interdisciplinary teaching, but we more or less talking about the online versus offline teaching. So that's very first thing. What I'm trying to say here, it's for me, in fact, like right now I cannot even see. By the way, the whole professors like behaving like students. They are not switching on their cameras. I don't know because of bandwidth or because of some other issues, but it's very difficult if you don't know who is sitting in front of you. Right now, I can't even see your faces. Generally, what we do in our classroom, for example, when we talk about interdisciplinary teaching and all, until unless you don't know their background, you can't actually effectively teach them. That's the first thing you should remember. So what we do, first of all, I'm not talking about now the admission process and the other things. When we choose students from the diverse background or from the diverse disciplines, that's something happening in IITs and IIMs nowadays. Okay, but I just feel that part we already done. Now as a teacher, for example, I have the number of students, 36 participants here in the meeting. I just believe, suppose they are from the different backgrounds, right? Some of them have written here MTech, for example, or BTech, for example. They are from the different disciplines, technical, non-technical, maybe history, maybe music, maybe management, maybe they're different disciplines, right? So the very first thing what I feel in interdisciplinary teaching is, before teaching, you have to be familiar with their backgrounds. Until unless you don't know, by the way, what discipline they belong to, you cannot do justice to your teaching. That's one thing. Secondly, what I do generally, I thoroughly read, by the way, that Excel sheet I received just before my courses. Okay, whether it is a first year student or a second year student, for each and every time, what I feel, I take an Excel sheet having all the details about the students, more or less education details, their work ex, they ask organization names that they were working with, you know what, everything I need in details. So I generally prepare myself, you know what, for my first session or for all the sessions, you can say in short. Secondly, there are few things we do in order to promote this interdisciplinary teaching that I'll talk about. But before that, I make groups. Okay, we feel, see, if you have a class is a bigger group, isn't it? There are 36 students, suppose right now sitting in front of me, but it will be difficult for me to make a group of 36 people. So what we do normally in IT system, I realized this happening in IM system. We had even in liberal education flame, when I was teaching there, I remember we used to make a group of students based on the diverse, you know what, their backgrounds from the different disciplines. For example, suppose we have out of these 36, we have 18 students, 50% from technical background, which is generally happening in IIMs at least, or IITs. Okay, more than 60% students from technical background. Now, even in the technical background, they have a difference in disciplines, isn't it? Like one is from CS background, one is from electronics background, one is from some other backgrounds, right, from engineering. And then we have different non-technical disciplines as well, history and management and a lot of others, right? So what we do, first of all, we start making groups, so that at least this whole classroom, the bigger group, for example, we can convert them into different clusters. Okay, clustering here. So like suppose 5 or 6 each. So we have a 36 here. So 36, so 6 groups we can build. Okay, so that's very important part before we start our teaching. See, forget about teaching and learning. Before that, you have to be prepared about interdisciplinary. When you want to apply this interdisciplinary approach to your teaching, that's what I feel. Okay, so people from different mindset, people from different disciplines, people from different geography, people from as diverse as possible, you make group of those pupils. Okay, then that is something one we do, right? Okay, so then what? Okay, are you the only member, Mandeep, the organizing member here, or do we have some other names as well? I don't just want to talk to one student or one participant. See, until unless I'm not seeing few faces, will be difficult for me to communicate with you guys. I told you it should be a knowledge sharing. It should not be just an expert talk where you waiting for your certificates, and finally you know what, I don't want to make you sleepy here. So it's better in case I found few faces, or if I randomly ask question, in case, like for example, Navdeep is there, but I'm asking a question to Ranjit Singh. I don't know is there or not. So can we have Ranjit Singh on camera? Let's see how many are absent, how many are present. You have to mark absent, by the way, who are not speaking now.
Yes, I request all the participants to please switch on their cameras.
So Ranjit,
Yes, it's a
otherwise
request.
we'll have to mark you. Paminder is there, so mark present for this session at least. Rohit Anand is there, visible to some extent to me. I don't know whether the Rohit is sitting or somebody else is sitting. I personally don't know Rohit Anand, but end of the day, at least someone is there. Okay, some Rama is also there, Rama Rao. Sorry in case I wrongly pronounce your name. Forgive me for that. Okay,
sir,
so Rama, can you tell me, sir, what you teaching? I mean, you are professor, right?
Yes, sir. Assistant professor.
Where?
Geetam University, sir.
Oh, you got a call. Is it important?
Sorry, sir.
Okay, yeah. Tell me what subject you teaching there.
Finance and marketing.
Oh my God, you in the same discipline. Wow, great.
Yes, sir.
So I
Yes,
got a very first guy in marketing. So can I ask you, Rama, are you also making group students from different disciplines before you start your sessions?
obviously, sir. Whatever you said, it is right. Otherwise, we can't able to teach properly. But if it is mix is there, definitely we can able to translate something.
Absolutely.
So they
So
can able to understand. Sir.
Yes. Yeah, please go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
No, in case there is a mix, then they it means the group members are easily interacting with, and again they're sharing different type of views because of their
Fine.
background and their whatever the experiences. That
Absolutely.
helps us.
Assuming we all know the benefits, at least when we make groups of the students from the different disciplines, but still couple of experiences I would like to share you with. Like, see, why do we teach? That's one question I'm always think. I mean, we try to make our students ready, right? We generally say industry ready. Okay, it looks like more kind of a consultant job, but at the end of the day, sometimes we say the student, at least they can perform well in the industry or whatever industry, or maybe coming back to the education, but any industry, if they are going with, we want to make them ready for that. So what exactly happened, one of my student, actually, he was from a typical technical background, but he had an interest in strategy, marketing, and those things. And it's generally happening. I don't know why, but technical students, they have a typical interest in economics, finance, marketing, and that's why I think they're coming for their masters, not in MTech and in MBA or PGDM or PGP here in IELTS. So I put him obviously along with the students from art background, history background, and what the different disciplines. And interestingly, one of the student was from tourism background as well. Right now, that guy, after having these technical qualifications and everything, he's working with Thomas Cook, and finally he switched to the next company now, I think somewhere outside India, because that was his prime target. I don't know whether he is a good engineer or not, because end of the day, he is not doing engineering there. He is maybe making some sales or making some strategy. I don't know the exact role right now because he switched last year. But end of the day, what I realized, maybe because of that interdisciplinary learning, what he had along with the other, disciplines, students from the different disciplines, today his career is very different. What he is supposed to be after his maybe BTech. So that's what one thing I quickly share. Example, when we say we making groups, and I remember his interview. It was a campus selection, of course. Then he shared, what in for his final selections, he shared the project he did in tourism. Okay, and then he said so, and because of that, he said, I think one of the reason he got that particular job in hand. So that's something happened. Okay, what else? Let me ask. If I'm not wrong, Appu ji is there. Sir,
Yes, sir.
just quickly tell me what subject or maybe where you're teaching if you're a professor.
Sir, good afternoon, sir. This is Appu from Nias Institute of Management from Chennai, Tamil Nadu.
Okay, good. So what's your area, sir? Domain you're teaching?
Hello, sir. Can you hear my voice?
Yes,
sir.
yes,
I'm I'm handling with the quantitative techniques and the research methodology.
Okay, RM, research methodology. So that's again, I'm lucky at least I'm getting
quantitative techniques and research methodology. Yes.
Okay, research methodology. True. So I'm lucky. I'm saying I got another participant from the similar area because I'm an expert in marketing research or research methodology, you can say, and marketing. So I recently, in fact, published one book in marketing research with Tata McGraw-Hill. So to some extent, I can say I have something about research methodology, right? Okay, so Appu, you tell me when we teach research methodology to our students, right? There is a step called problem recognition, isn't it? Every research starts with problem recognition or need recognition. You can say exact word. Problem recognition, is it? Hello?
Yes, sir. Identification of the research problem. Yes.
Yes. So problem identification.
Yes, sir. You're talking about that identification of the research problem.
Absolutely. Absolutely. What should be the best way?
Yes, definitely, sir.
Yeah. So tell me now, can you link this thing with interdisciplinary research? Now, my question.
Sir, first we have to be analyzing about. Sir, can you hear my voice?
Yes, go ahead.
Sir, can you? Yeah. First, we have to be find out about the research gap. That is the one thing we have to be identified from the research problem.
How do you do that? Research gap. What is gap? Hello. Yeah.
Hello.
Yes.
Sir, can you hearing my? Can you hear my voice?
Yes, it's
so
very
first
well
thing we have to be find out about. Yeah, definitely. Sir, gap is nothing about what is missing in that previous study and what I am going to be find out for the present study. That can be identified as a research gap. For example, if you take it about a concept in service quality, there are many research scholar has been studied in service quality. For example, if you take it about the public sector, right? So what is that thing which is missing in that service quality? For example, I can be introducing a service environment, or I can be introducing about a service encounter. So which is going to be existing for the present one. So whatever is missing in that past, and I'm going to be bring it to the particular study. I'm going to be study about what is going to be for develop for the future researchers. So that I can be find out as the research gap.
True. So let me now complete what I'm trying to say. Like you said, gap is what's not maybe there, right? But for that, isn't it we have to first of all know what is there, right? What is existing? Even to identify.
Yeah, definitely we have to be go for. Yeah, definitely we have to be refer the review of literatures.
Yes. So now what we do here with interdisciplinary, let me just connect it with the topic what I'm doing here. So we in my teaching at least, what we do, I make groups and thereafter I tell my students, you look for a project, a live project. Now there can be two types of live project. One, we already have one problem and looking for a solution, right? Industry, they coming to me, we here, and we are consulting industries here, and we getting, suppose there's a one industry actually from Delhi locations, and they say we are introducing a new popcorn, by the way, in Punjab area. So can you just help us out? So that was a live project we received. Okay, so there was a problem defined. We can call it applied research, where we know the problem, looking for the solution. But in most of the cases, you must be agreed with me, we don't know our problem, or the problem, the research is exploratory in nature, you can say, not the causal or the descriptive, right? So what we do here, if we have a student from multiple disciplines, for example, isn't it good we get the complete scenario, we get the more exact details about the research problem? For example, you say service quality, right? Now if a student, if I say, I'll make it more technical, because in our case technical students also there, BTech students. Suppose I say self-service technology. Right now, it's nowadays it's always everywhere, more or less, in all the industries. So suppose we want to identify a research problem related with self-service technology. So isn't it good if we have a student from technical background as well as from non-technical background, a student who had experienced different SSTs in different industries, maybe tourism, maybe hospitality, maybe banking. So that's what I'm saying. In short, when we, in the very first step of our research or project, for example, problem identification, it helps a lot. So after making the groups, for example, what I'm doing in my academics, in my teaching, I always say to my students, now explore one specific problem, okay, in your any domain. I mean, I don't bound them in marketing, for example. Okay, if it is something from other areas, I prefer, but that problem should be done, should be finalized, should be identified after a collaborative efforts from all the participants in that group. And obviously, since they're from the multiple backgrounds, disciplines, they have a different thought process, and end of the day, they are usually, what I found, a very interesting research problem in the very first couple of weeks of my, whenever I start any course. So that's something happened there. Okay, so let me now share next experience with maybe, okay, the visible people first. So Mr. Sanjeev, Dr. Sanjeev, can I ask you a few things? I mean, tell us about yourself, sir. You muted, sir. You have to unmute.
Okay, I guess now I'm audible.
Yes, of course.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. To introduce myself, I have been in teaching since last 13 years, and I basically teach most of the marketing subjects like integrated marketing and quantitative techniques and brand management and things like that. And prior to this, I was working for a couple of companies like Dell and BNZ, and completed my PhD in last 3 years. Before last 3 years, so this is my background, you can say.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And what exactly you teaching right now? I mean, IMC, or maybe you can choose maybe one subject.
Okay. Okay. At the moment, I'm teaching retail management.
Okay. So don't worry, not going to ask something about retail here. But
No, it's okay. You absolutely fine. I mean, you can ask. I mean, I'll try my best to. I mean, it's all about the knowledge sharing platform, right? You know, if we discuss more, then probably we'll learn from each other.
Sure.
Isn't it?
So the point is here, like if you say IMC or retail, any of these industries, for example, I'm talking about that media entertainment industry first, and then maybe retail will come back to the retail. In any industry right now, when we talk about like in retail, for example, because you have chosen retail first, so I'll let me take example in retail. Even in retail, when I say they are self-service technologies we are using, right, in retail industry.
Absolutely. There are many, in fact.
Yeah, and then there is a requirement, a user-friendly interface, maybe in SSTs. There are few factors, by the way. Few SSTs are very useful. APMs are very useful in banking, for example, or maybe in that boarding pass print. You know what? At airports, it's very famous nowadays. The people are using those SSTs. Kiosk, you can say. Sometimes we also call them SSKs, self-service kiosk, you know. Even in retail sector, if you check-in, check-out systems, automatic check-in,
check-out has been, yes.
So that's something happening in retail. So in your subject, I'm saying, isn't it these things happening there where we need a set of people who can better think of what kind of technically, for example, what kind of user-friendly interface we should introduce next. That's one thing. Then again, we also need kind of insights from the consumer behavior, psychology. I'm coming to the psychology now, the consumer behavior now, for example, how the consumer is going to react on this particular piece of technology, whether they are going to accept it, adopt it or not. That's another thing, right? What would be the competitors' perspective on that? Whether they are able to do it quickly, able to make it quickly, or there are few things, I mean, the competitive advantage we have, which they cannot maybe copy, right? So the point is,
Yeah, I absolutely. Yeah, what I see is, we cannot treat anything for that matter as a standalone. I mean, as you rightly mentioned, everything has to be connected with each other. For example, if you take retailing only, I mean, psychology even is connected to retail. Psychology is in turn connected to consumer buying behavior. Consumer buying behavior is in turn connected to supply chain management. Supply chain management is in turn connected to inventory management, finance. Finance is again it's all interconnected, as you say rightly. Yeah, I agree with you, Kaushik.
So now, in order, the same sequence, first we made groups. I told you the very first technique is making groups. The second is looking for the projects where they can contribute equally, they can collaborate, by the way. And then finally combining ideas. That's something very important now, because that's what I'm saying here. We need maybe one engineer who can make a better SST, for example, not very successful, because research says 92% of innovations, they're getting failures within 12 months time. They're not even successful. I mean, worldwide, they are research agencies. They mention this figure. If it is not 92, maybe 70%. Isn't it a big percentage? So they got failure not because of their interfaces, not because of engineering lacks, but maybe because they're not okay in terms of consumer behavior. Not going to accept those techniques, those technological interfaces, those SSTs. That's what I realize here. Okay, so it happens if we don't make what are the right. Okay, let me just come back to the because we know we have limited times as well. What do you think? I'm asking anyone, by the way, now participants, anybody. We recently made a change in our new education policy, right? Earlier, what was happening, this liberal component was either at the PG level or the UG level. Undergraduate level, I told you one example, Flame, then Ashoka, they also have this, but not before 10+2 or till 10+2. You remember our education system, still we are in the same system. We are proposing a new education system now, where the student are taking multiple disciplines like the mathematics and then the history, maybe something else, for example. Isn't it happening now in the new education policy 2020? So what I want, any quick thought from any of the participants on that, whether it is okay or not, when we say the student in a very early age, for example, they have now the multiple disciplines, by the way, with them. And it's not only the mathematics or not only the physics or not only the set of science subjects, by the way, they are doing. Like, if I remember, if I was good at mathematics, that's why I did well maybe in physics, but in chemistry I know I was always struggling. But it was it was compulsorily to take PCM together. If you want to take mathematics and physics, you have to take chemistry as well. I wanted to replace it maybe something else, but that was not option. Then I had to leave mathematics as well. So that kind of education system we all familiar with, every one of us may. By the way, if I'm not wrong, everyone is from the same Indian system. We all passed out from there. But right now it's not happening. So what was the suggestion from the committee? Let me tell you first, that as early as possible, by the way, the students should start this interdisciplinary learning in their life. And that's what happening right now. First we started with the UG and the PG system, and now we're doing it at the 10+2 or before 10+2. Now I think after 5, I think, if I'm not wrong, they are introducing different disciplines to the students so that they'll be more familiar with different disciplines. They can choose their interest, they can choose multiple interests, and they can coming up with something fruitful. That's what something happened. Any quick thought from anyone? I'm not calling anyone's name here, but since we all are professors, I think I'll get somebody's opinion on that. Rohit, Anand, Punit, Mittal. I hope everyone is a professor here, is it? And Navdeep, do we have students sitting out there? Now please speak. You are unmuted. Yeah, you unmuted now. No, your voice not clear. Ruchi or anyone, by the way? I don't know whether Ruchi is from organizer or not. No, Navdeep.
Okay, sir.
No.
Okay, sir. I will like to contribute regarding this new education policy 2020.
Please.
So generally, what I ever had learned until now. Now the main focus is that we are focusing on that how we can increase the gross enrollment ratio. And in coming time, we will be saying that autonomy is given to students, that they have the freedom to decide that what they want to learn in. They have the part to contribute in the curriculum deciding that what they want to learn. And for example, the science student can take art subject also. And similarly, if there are many cases when students have to leave their education, so they have been providing a way that if you are not able to complete your education in 3-degree course, then you can take the diploma with you. So this is the all about the few positive things that we can talk about in this new education policy.
Absolutely. So this liberal component there, by the way, when you can choose any discipline of your choice, by the way, that's what we're saying. Isn't it something happening in India now? It was very much, by the way, familiar in the different countries, maybe the developed countries first, and then maybe the developing as well now. They are adopting this kind of policies. But that's what I found an interesting move from the government, from MHRD. Okay, any government, I'm not saying which government, but end of the day it is something from Indian government now, and that's something happening which is actually good. My daughter, for example, she's 10 right now. She has interest in drawing, right? If 10 years back, 20 years back, if I said I have an interest in drawing, they say, okay, in summer schools you can make it, but after that, please don't do it. You have to read mathematics, you have to read physics, you have to read chemistry. You do not have time, by the way. You have 3 tuitions, then English you have to learn, being a Hindi medium students, so you have to do a lot. French, by the way, that one of the foreign language. So you do not have time for drawing, by the way. You cannot opt it. And now my kid, for example, if she says, my daughter saying, Papa, I love drawing, I want to make good drawings, so maybe she can be an artist. But now I think along with drawing, if she choose 1 or 2 subjects which can be fruitful, I'm not saying in terms of drawing right now, but maybe mathematics is okay with, so they can take mathematics, but at least we can reduce some burden, not taking physics and the chemistry and the other subjects from the science discipline, and she can choose these subjects along with the drawing, music and others. Isn't it good for her? End of the day, she's doing what she likes. Okay, that's what happening here. Another example, you know what, university system and IIM system, at least what I like a lot here, anytime, okay, in any, like each and every year more or less, I'm changing some 40% contents from my subjects. It's around 30 to 40%, because things are changing, right? If today I'm teaching sales, for example, Sanjeev ji or marketing professors may be more interested here. Suppose I'm teaching sales, for example. There are few sales techniques which are traditionally very famous, but now the things are changing, right? Because of digitalization, for example, the before digital era, after digital era, a lot of things are changing in INC, sales, or in any discipline, all marketing disciplines and all. So generally what we do, I at least feel very comfortable in IIM system or IT system. When I was teaching in university system, I know I had a typical syllabus I had to complete, was not even designed by me, right? The university system, maybe that was the scene. But here, at least I have a flexibility to design my own curriculum, my course content, and I'm designing my course content after doing 2 exercises. The very first exercise, what I do, I discuss with the industry people. And some of my recruiters, some of my friends actually there, or what kind of things happening into the industry. I observe a lot of things, I discuss a lot of things. And then of course, some of the things I'm also taking from my own students. Okay, so the point is, we design our curriculum, we design our course outlines each and every year for most of the times. At least being a young professor right now here in the IIM system, I'm pretty new because I'm here in the last 3-4 years only. I feel the changes are really important to me. I'm making those changes, and once you decide, by the way, the content, you also change in your pedagogy. Like some of the times I'm using case studies, which is a more familiar way of teaching in IM system, in IT system, or maybe in your university system as well. So cases from different XPR and lot of things are there. I'm also using my own research papers. I'm also writing cases, published one case with Embroidery recently. I'm using that case in my subject. So using your own case and using somebody else's case, it makes a huge difference by the way. Okay. So the cases I'm using, projects I'm doing, lot of other things I'm doing just because I'm changing, you know what, each and every time, maybe 30 to 40% of my content. And that flexibility is very, very important. That's what I feel. Because just an example now, I don't want to make it more theoretical. Let me some specific as well. One of my students said, sir, you teaching in analytics paper, marketing analytics. She said, sir, there is just something called sports analytics, right? So we have, by the way, some 8 to 10 papers in analytics, marketing analytics, HR analytics, a lot of other papers. Then they say there's a very growing area called sales analytics. What's about that? So we discussed among each other, the professors. Then we invited a guest faculty from outside who specifically teaching this subject now, sports analytics. There was another suggestion from the students about key account managers. It's a part of the sales and distribution. So I immediately introduced that particular content into my course outline. So sometimes what I say from different disciplines, now I'm more or less talking about interdisciplinary learning. Okay, so to teach we need to learn, and to learn we need to get ideas from the different disciplines as well, and then we have to incorporate those ideas, and that's what we do here normally. Okay, so if you check my content last year, this year, you'll get the differences. You'll get all the cases, new cases we are adding, but other than that, we are adding contents. The cases we generally changing because we have a different content to teach this time. So that's something happening here. Now Deep G, okay, let me check whether you audible or not. First of all, unmute. Yeah. No, it's still some problem. I think that was my initial problem. I was not audible. Now you not audible. No, it's still not audible. Okay, let me take a random call now. Let me check students are sitting still there or not. Maybe I'll choose an interesting name, user. I'm sure it's just about system name. Can I ask person sitting there with the name user? Dr. Sanjeev is doing something.
Yeah.
User.
Here.
Yeah, Sanjeev ji, please.
Yeah, can you hear me, Kaushik?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. I'm here.
Yes. Sanjeev ji, do you believe in team teaching?
Absolutely, yes.
Yes, right. So that's another technique, isn't it? Team teaching, very important. Right now we're discussing from the participant side only. We say we have an engineer there, we have a history background there, we have a music background there. But do you think one single instructor with this multiple, you know what, participants from multiple backgrounds, he can justice to learning or teaching? Isn't it sometimes maybe I am not familiar with the discipline they are familiar with? So
yes,
what do you think about team teaching here, Sanjeev ji?
yeah. You want me to know, I mean, how team teaching will be effective, especially when students come from different backgrounds?
Yes.
Is it what you want to know?
Yes. What's your opinion on team teaching, your perception?
Yeah, my perception on team teaching is usually, I teach small cases to MBA students, and that's how I started from there. I mean, in team teaching, what happens is I usually make students into small groups, and usually one group, they would be studying the case, and then they will be discussing amongst themselves. And in team teaching, what I realize is different perspectives will emerge out. Depending on the education background of the student, and especially if an engineering student is there, there will be a more of an analytical perspectives emerge out of different situations. And if a student is from some kind of an art background, and then various things related to consumer buying behavior or psychology, these aspects come out during the discussion. Yes, I believe that in team teaching, especially when it comes to case studies, different perspectives emerge out, and we can look into the problem in a more holistic way rather
Yes,
than looking into only from the terms of numbers. This is what
absolutely.
I understand. Yeah.
Absolutely, absolutely. So I invite three, you know what, other than me, by the way, the three types of teachers in my sessions. One is, of course,
Mhm.
the two sessions at
Uh,
least we, sorry, you saying something?
yeah. What you were saying is like these two teachers, what you are involving among your class, will they be uh, from the same stream, or like say for example, you will be teaching marketing and somebody else from the finance, somebody else from the HR.
So
Will they
let me
be?
share that part with you. In one of the
Huh.
paper in sales, for example, I invited from the same discipline, on the marketing
Hmm.
discipline, because the
Okay.
topic requires a person who worked into, you know what, service industry. Okay,
Hmm.
and a person like I started working with Hindustan Lever first, and then I did some sales job in one of the private firm. So I had some experience there, but that was typically a product company. Okay, then I invited one person from the sales background in service industry.
Hmm.
Okay.
Hmm.
So because the topic requires a professor and instructor from the from this different this thing, I invited him. He was there as a guest, you can say faculty, and then we
Hmm.
together took that session. That's one thing
Okay.
happened. Another
Yeah.
thing is what I'm doing as a part of our see, we received instructions from the institute that we can at least share a couple of our sessions. If it is 20, for example, 18 I can take, and 2 sessions I can share with the industry people. So that's my always preference in case I get a right person who can better teach a topic. Like in analytics, generally I'm inviting people from outside, because the way I'm teaching regression, for example, it's very different when they actually apply this regression into the real life scenario. Okay, so
Yes.
not,
Yep.
so that's what we do. So team teaching is even important here because of this interdisciplinary teaching I'm saying. Okay, so that's another thing what we do here, team teaching. Okay, another way is our own students who passed out. I invited one of my students in very first session actually, when I was talking about a case. It was an Adobe case. You must be familiar with company, right? So Adobe. So the case was about Adobe. So I invited one of my students working with Adobe there just to get or to confirm what was given into the case is actually happening there. The case was about how they actually train their new employees, Salesforce, for example, their Adobe, what kind of culture they have. So I invited one of my passed out students working with Adobe just to confirm those things. So it was again a slight, I mean, he came there, it's online platform, at least giving you some kind of flexibility as well. There are issues, I know, we mentioned initially, but there are few flexibility as well. So I introduced him for the 10 minutes time, and he confirmed the facts and the things given into the case. That same guy I'm talking about, the Adobe guy, my student actually, Ayan. So finally, it was again a kind of a, maybe not for the whole session, but for the 10-20 minutes introduction, he came and taught students what exactly happening into that industry. So I found it very interesting approach. Rather than just giving them a piece of papers, the case, I'm talking about the case studies, it's better to interact with the live person sitting in the Adobe or sitting in the form. That's what I did there. So I got a very good kind of a experience. Okay, so let me take somebody else. Mr. Rahman is there. I don't know, Muhammad Umar Rahman or Miss Aarti Joshi. Hardly we have, I think, some 15-20 minutes time. Can I request participant at least show me your face, because before leaving in last 20-15 minutes time, I want to check. I mean, I can't even recognize you in case I'm visiting somewhere, maybe your university or somewhere else. Isn't it bad? Miss Aarti Joshi, can you please say something? Isn't it very difficult to recognize until unless I'm not seeing your faces? No, you have to unmute yourself. You're muted right now. Aarti Joshi. Yeah.
Yes, sir. Am I audible now?
Yes, absolutely. Please. Aarti Joshi, please, can you quickly introduce yourself?
Good afternoon, sir. I'm Dr. Aarti Joshi. I'm from School of Management, RK University, Gujarat. And I'm attending the FDP, and my areas of interest and the topics that I teach are communication skills for managers, advertising and marketing. And I'm also one of the project managers of the European Union Erasmus Plus, specifically on capacity building in higher education institutions. So till now, I'm handling two different projects. One is the CAPSIN, and currently one more that is we are the coordinators, that is Engines. So I'm dealing in both the projects as well as I'm the director of School of Management.
Great. So can I ask one quick question to Aarti, if you don't mind?
Sir, yes. Can you be a bit louder, because the voice clarity is very low.
Am I louder now? Is it okay? My voice?
Yes. Yes, please.
So when we do some project, Aarti, I'm doing a couple of projects, for example, live projects from the industry. Are you also doing some projects? How do you use the insights from those projects in your teaching?
Yes, sir. If I talk of, because the projects that I'm dealing, my partners are, you can say, the Indian partners. We have 5 Indian partners and 5 European partners. So in 5 European partners, those 5 people are from 5 different countries. So there, during the meetings and all that, what I have learned is cross-cultural communication. What sort of, you can say, differences that are there in our and their way of working, the best practices of all the universities. So all these things, when we come back, we are able to imbibe very well in our own university. Yes. So this is, and the same thing we can also reflect it in our subjects as well as in class to the students also, when we share the experiences. That will be the most simplest experience of marketing, the advertising, that whenever I travel abroad, I capture all those photographs of the hoardings and all that, the way in which advertisements are done over there. The same I then bring it, and then I give a comparative analysis of how advertisement is done in India and how advertisement is done abroad. The same with the food and everything is what I try and give them a comparison.
Yeah, please go ahead. You're saying I'm here. Yeah.
I didn't get you.
I'm listening. Go ahead. Yeah, complete.
Okay. So this is one. The second, if I would share in communication, the way in which we dress up, the food, the biggest problems that at times we face, specifically if I talk of myself, then I'm a vegetarian, 100% vegetarian. I don't even eat the egg. So whenever we travel, and being a Gujarati, yes, we are very, very, you can say, choosy in the food and many of the things. So at times we even have a lot of packings with us carrying along. So at the airports, the biggest problem that we face is that compared to the luggage that we carry, food items are more. Yes. So when people come over here in India, they feel that there is a lot of fresh variety of food, wherein they have a lot of packaged and packaged foods. So your freshness of the food that we share with them whenever we take them out and all that, when they visit here in India. So there is a lot of difference that they also feel. They really appreciate our Indian culture, the you can say, the handicrafts, that is what is being appreciated. The way in which our family system is that is they appreciate. Even in the universities, the hierarchies that is being there, the way in which we work, though being a very small university in a remote place in Gujarat, so that appreciation is there, that we follow activity-based learning at RK University. We have outcome-based education. Our lesson plans are well defined for all the subjects. We have Canvas LMS being implemented at our university since last 2 years. So in all these things, at the time of implementation, the European Union also, they felt that the way in which we are carrying out all these things, let it be the innovative assessment methods that we follow at RK University. So in that innovative assessment methods also, sir, the Ghent University of Belgium, if you know, are very well known. It's almost 100 Ghent University, Belgium.
Yes.
It's 150-year-old, almost institution. the innovative practices of assessment that we have here at RK University. We being a private university, we have that you can say freedom in terms of the assessment that we can have at our university. So we have role plays, we have presentations, we have group discussions, all such sort of assessment patterns that we have, and we can implement it in, you can say, the subject like communication skills, wherein we just don't use the pen paper exams. Instead,
Absolutely.
communication skills now it is being imbibed and practiced. So all these things they saw that we are already doing, and now they have it in form of a what you term it as a policy document. So then they ask that what you are already doing, why don't you put it in form of documentation? So this is what we learned from them. The European partners are more of process oriented people. We people Indians, if we talk, we are more of result oriented. So there they believe that the whole process needs to be defined step by step and followed accordingly. And so for developing that process, they put in a lot of time and efforts. But once that process is well set and established, then they start working on it, and then the whole implementation starts. Whereas here in India, we are totally result oriented, and we start doing directly. It's doing and getting the things done.
Thank you for sharing this. So end of the day, when we say interdisciplinary learning, for example, see, teaching right now, is it just read a book, text, and just go into the classroom and teach? No, that's not happening, right? There are a lot of other activities we have to be involved with. There are few government projects, there are few private light projects, there are few multi, as you said, cross-cultural, you know what, the projects you guys are handling there. So we have to be somewhere engaged, okay, to get something to teach or to learn at least. If it is not teaching, not everything we are discussing in the classroom, of course, but isn't it, we have another component here in the topic, by the way, the interdisciplinary learning. And then the research. I also said research. That's very, very important, because I'm doing research with people from the multiple, you know what, from the different university, from the diverse backgrounds. And cross-cultural researches are easily getting accepted as well in the top journals, because that's important. What's happening here, we already know it, right? But what can be after some time in developed countries, which is so familiar, they're familiar with the recent developments there. But that is not here right now. So if we can learn something from there and in advance, we can make a use of it. Isn't it so important? So projects, okay, doing projects with different disciplines. There's an important insight. I remember I used to go in one conference. It's a brand conference. It's happening in different countries each and every time. The last 3 times I already attended this global brand conference, GBC. So the last time it was there in Germany. Before that it was in UK, something like that. So there in the conference, for example, we got an opportunity to interact people from the different universities, from the different disciplines. And I don't know, the people generally say the conference is just for the tour or for leisure purpose. But what I realize, if you have a right conference with you, if you're really going to share something with them, you get an opportunity to interact, you get an opportunity to engage, to get opportunity to collaborate with them. And this collaboration is so important in today's academic scenario. Don't just wait the students from the different disciplines. If they join you from the different disciplines, you also need knowledge to teach them, to make them understood what's happening into different disciplines. So that observation, that collaboration, that engagement, that learning is actually important. That's what I feel. So my question to you was only what you learn from the project, what you learn from the collaborations, researches, how would you teach them, or how do you use them into the teaching? You answer a few things, but what I say, it's very, very important. It's absolute important. If you can't do this, then again you're not doing justice to this, right? You're teaching. That's what in short I feel. So I found Miss Sally was there earlier. Is still there or not? I don't know. Miss Sally. Okay, so out of these 6-7 points I wanted to cover, I have discussed about combining ideas, using case studies, problem-based learnings, okay, and making groups, going for the live projects. That's even important. Okay, so then the team teaching, that's something we do here. Team teaching, that's very, very important. Okay, extra co-curriculum activities, mixed group approach that we already discussed. Okay, so we still have 12 minutes time. I'll be more happy in case somebody else is sharing his or her own experiences. I think, and then, or maybe you can maybe ask. I'm saying I'm not an expert on designing, you know what, on this particular topic, but what I discussed with you, that's something what I observed in the last 12 years in academics, since 2008 actually, and what I'm doing normally here in my classroom. Okay, this kind of things I'm just sharing with you guys. So anybody, Mandeep, do you know anyone there? It must be some of you are known. I'm generally doing it in my classroom. Can you recommend one name so that at least I can ask him or her something?
Sir, actually, everyone is new over here to me.
Okay, no problem then. If I don't get recommendation, I'm open. I have choices. At least I have 31 choices still with me. So let me quickly randomly ask Mr. Kamaldeep Kaur is there or not? KK. It was my short name, by the way. My childhood, I remember KK. So, but Kamaldeep Kaur is there. Miss Kaur or no? Kamaldeep, can you mark absent quickly? The pupil not answering.
Yeah, sure, sir.
See, just Ranjit Kaur is left. That's okay. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, it's up to you. I don't mind actually you doing it or not. So in my classroom, I used to say this thing to my teaching associate. We have a teaching associate observing all the students and all. Okay. So one in the initial discussion, I think Mandeep, you told me that it's difficult to teach students unless they are not there. So there are two approaches here, Mandeep. The very first approach is we are smarter than the students. We can still observe them randomly asking questions and you know what instruct them. Just open your your webcams and those things. Another approach is leave them. I mean, it's up to them, isn't it? Whether they want to learn or not. That's another approach here. If they don't, obviously in IIM system, at least I know my 60 to 70% students are here for learning. So they end of the day participate. Some 30% students, I generally make this comment. Okay, you wanted to spend 12 lakh rupees of yours without learning anything. It's up to you. It was your choice. That's okay. Not disturbing me. Rest of the 60-70% students, I'm happy. I can happily teach them. Okay, that's something happening. So it's not the case of university system. Even in IT IIM system, students making these kind of funny things, not opening their cameras, making excuses of bandwidth and lot of things. It is okay once or twice, but not for all the classes, of course. Okay, but we very strict at online teaching still. It's up to instructor as well, by the way, because end of the day,
Thank you so much, sir.
yes,
I'll implement your approaches, sir.
that's very important. I mean, so class participation, by the way, you should keep marks for class participation. That's what we do. If it is not there, by the way, he or she is getting 0. That's it. End of the day. But that means 10 marks is good enough, by the way, to get a grade from A+ to C-. There's a difference of hardly 10 to 15 marks in a bad student. Bad in the sense, bad grade. Nobody is bad actually. The student's always good, but the grades can be bad. That's what I feel. So Rama is smiling. Ramaji.
Yeah, tell me, sir.
So you got the maximum in class participation today. I think you at least see
Sir,
the
many of
facial
them are there,
expression.
sir, but they're on mute. That's it.
Okay. Ruchi is coming now. She'll also get 99% now. Okay, out of 10 now 9.9 is there. Okay, so Ramaji, tell me one thing, the last thing. What would you recommend in case online teaching, offline teaching, or hybrid model? You have 3 choices. Which one? In the coming time.
Sir, blended learning. So
Blended learning.
yes, sir.
Is it? I
Obviously.
have given you 3 options. You have chosen 4th.
But now the students are happy with the online classes, but again some problems are there like this. But we can't be able to see the students, and again we can't be able to know the
We not
emotions
here
of the.
to make them happy, Ramaji. We're not here to make them happy. If they're happy, that means that's not good, right? I mean, we have
Yes,
to put them under
yes, sir.
pressure.
Agreed, sir. Agreed.
So which one? Hybrid, online, offline?
Offline is always better than anything, because we know how the student reacts and how they're reacting to us. Everything we know. But in terms
Okay,
of online,
if
we missed
Rama,
many classes.
if they honestly participate in online mode, honestly, 100% honesty. Okay, all the camera on, they participate really well. Then what would you
Okay.
recommend? Then what would you recommend? Forget about
Then
all
it
the
is
technical glitches.
okay. Then it is online is better because there is a comfort for the student as well as the faculty.
Okay, so isn't it we should work on the glitches? We should work on this part rather than removing whole online system.
All we can't say, but at least we can able to remove something.
So
At
Mandeep
least we need
said
to try
offline.
something.
Mandeep said offline. You said with some improvements online. What's about Ruchi? Ruchi, online, offline, hybrid. Which one?
Sir, offline. And sir, I want to ask you a question, if you
Yeah, please.
permit me.
Questions are
Okay,
always welcome.
sir. Okay, sir, I am. I have recently joined at NIT Hamirpur in mid of September.
So you
So
must be knowing
I
Sambi
am.
there, right? Professor Sambi.
Yes, sir.
NIT Hamirpur, right?
Yes, sir. NIT Hamirpur.
Sambi is there, my junior.
Okay, sir. I have joined in social sciences department.
Okay, she's in
Social science
management.
and
She's
human.
teaching marketing. She's teaching
Okay,
marketing.
and social science and humanity department. Sir, so my concern is right now is that the semester was started from August. So I am teaching their organizational behavior subject, and
Okay.
you talk about interdisciplinary approach, and we can say that what are if we talk about the practical implication of this subject, whatever personality and attitude,
Yes.
these are the things that we are applying in personal as well as in professional life. So this is the subject of interdisciplinary approach, no doubt. So my question is that when classes were taken by the head, so the student was asking for the sir, please give us please give send us slides to us, presentation to us in our mail. Right? They were asking, sir, they were asking for the presentation. Okay, please send us presentation to our mail.
PPTs.
Yes, they were asking for the PPT.
Okay,
So
then give. Okay.
okay, yes, sir. Okay, so they refused. I am not giving you and this. So when I started taking the classes and I have sent to the students. Now, the my concern is that I am in a position that I am sending them. And during the course, I was told by the head that please do not provide the PPTs to your students. Now, sir,
Okay.
in which question, what can I do now? What do you suggest me to do?
Okay, the head
I hope
says
you
you
are
have to
understanding.
provide. Head
Yes,
says
sir.
you have to provide.
No, head is saying you have not to provide them.
Okay, student saying yes, you need to provide. Head saying no. Okay, that's the situation.
Yes. Yes.
Is it?
Yes, sir.
I think ideally though we should go with the boss because boss is always right, isn't it? But obviously then we not justifying to ourselves our teaching. I think you should convince your head because giving them material, isn't it? It's not a bad thing, right? They have a right to get these materials. Otherwise, I'll you know what, I don't know what exactly what you're using. The two types of PPTs. One is, you know what, the publisher providing you. Another one is what we are making for ourselves, right? Our own
Sir,
PPT. If it is publisher's one, for
sir,
example, so
no,
then
sir,
we
it is made by me.
that is made by you, then it's your right actually to distribute it or not. I would immediately talk to my head and try to convince him that it is not feasible for me, for my teaching, for my efforts, in case students not getting all these material from me. So I'll go with the system. I'll go with this system. I think he can easily or she can easily understand. if you talk to them personally rather than directly jumping to the student side. That's what I feel here. Okay.
But sir, their concern is that we have taken the exam of the student. So what they have done, that was the totally subjective exam, and they have totally copied the whatever you have provided to them in slide. So this is the main issue.
Isn't it this mistake from your end? You asking a direct question, a subjective question. That's the one thing. Okay, in online portal, the two things you can do here. First of all, you can go for a plagiarism check, but that's again very difficult. I mean, don't do this, because end of the day, the submission is a submission. You can make them fail. Okay, but that's not okay. So what we did this time in end term and a midterm, at least in my subjects, our subject is more or less same. Organization behavior I taught in 2009, I remember a couple of times, and right now I'm teaching marketing management, though it's a different discipline, but still I taught this subject. I know content and everything is same. It's better if you go with the live cases, or sorry, the cases or the caselets, at least in the examinations. But just because of that, you can't say that you don't deserve the PPTs or you don't deserve the textbook material. See, one thing, let me tell you, when the student purchases a book, okay, they also deserve everything, what related to this, all the study materials. It's not just belong to us. So just because of that examinations and that copying thing, I think it's not fair. So you change your examination style. That's what I personally feel. We did not ask anything this time. We ask everything from the case. You want it, make it open, open book examinations. Isn't it happening, open book examination in universities? So right now,
sir, right now this is not happening.
Okay, so in IIMs actually there's a system called open book examinations. I never preferred it, frankly speaking, but right now I'm okay with that, because I know my students sitting there, though we have a very typical examination software with us, they can't even switch the window. Okay, if they do it, they immediately observe. So, but the point is, I'm okay with that. If they have open book, if they have Google, if they have anything, reduce the time. First of all, don't give them the 3 hours time. So we are generally giving 90 minutes time, for example, and then ask the practical questions. Don't ask them what is BCG matrix. Ask them what is AMUL. Okay, what are the different portfolio AMUL, in what segment, in what cluster you can put them. Like what should be the case, what should be the case cow, what should be this, what should be that. Okay, then explain it, the BCG matrix, for example, or any OB content, for example. So see, that's what we're talking about. So I think for now, until unless this digital thing is going on, examination specifically, we should not directly ask these subjective question. How do you define organization behavior, for example? That's not okay. Okay, so don't ask this. That's what I feel. Rather than not giving them study materials. Okay, they deserve it.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Tell me. Anything, any questions, by the way, any suggestion? I mean, I can share my experiences if you guys want on any specific issue. Otherwise, we are done with the time. Mandeep will allow us or not, that I don't know, because Navdeep is not, I think, there.
So it's up to you, sir. You can take the time, sir.
No, my lunch time is 1:30, so I'm free. Don't worry. And luckily, I don't have my wife actually here this time, so I'm flexible at least. She's not right now here in Amritsar, so I'm okay with that.
So it's up to the participants, sir, if they want to, if they have any query.
Yes, if they want to ask something, they can ask. Ramaji, is anything you want to ask about IIM system, IIT system? I'm familiar with private university system as well, but you, I think, more familiar with that. So you can ask me here. I can answer you. If nobody asks, then it's great. It's then lunchtime. Mandeep also must be feeling hungry. He'll go and. I think most of the participants, they already had lunch. Rama, what do you think? Or they still having it?
Not yet, sir.
So they have left.
And don't, by the way, guys, all the participants, the last advice is don't complain to your students, because you end of the day behaving like your own students. So don't complain them. Don't say he just come on the screen, participate, answer my questions. Until unless we don't do it, I don't think, I mean, we deserve this. So please, that's what my request to all the participants now. Okay, so don't do it. I mean, let them do, like what I'm doing here, I'm letting you enjoy. You sitting there or not, I'm not even sure. So let them do it. Because in my classroom, that's not happening, frankly speaking. Even if a single call, I ask a question, if the girl not there, the boy not there, is absent for the whole class. And 3 absents, by the way, is out of the course. That's happening in our system. 3 absent out of the course, believe me. The 2 students we had last year out of the course. Frankly speaking, our system is very strict. Actually, I'm not strict, but system is strict. I can't do anything there. So it's up to us, dear. It's all about instructor, how to run the classroom. If you can't control your own class, for example, then I don't want make any comment on that part. So we have to be, we are still instructor there, not students, of course. So that's the first thing. Okay, then I think it's more or less done. Bye-bye, Ruchi. Navdeep ji, any other order? So please let me know. I think it takes time. Your voice not clear, not audible. Mandeep ji is there, Ruchi is there. Yeah. Yeah, Navdeep, try something now. It's not audible. It was.
Is it audible now?
Wow. This is great. You can switch from Navdeep to Mandeep, huh? That is
Yes,
something
sir.
good. Yeah. Go ahead.
Thank you so much, sir, for enlightening us, enlightening and such a good entertaining presentation. Actually, the presentation and the session which you held was a great session. It was a wonderful session. We came across such a good ideas and techniques and approaches which you suggested. Secondly, the session was an interactive session as all the participants participated and they shared their ideas and views with us. So it would be a great help for all of us. Thank you for your efforts toward anchoring of today. The style of your explanation and expressing your ideas were really awesome. I thank all the participants as well for sharing their views and ideas with us. We surely will implement these ideas and innovations and approaches which you suggested us. Actually, the main outcome of this FDP is to come with national and international education system framework so that we can expand the system and we can bring new ideas in our education system. We can improve our education system. Secondly, it would be this FDP would be a great help for the participant to enhance their mental horizon. So thank you so much, sir, for guiding us, for enlightening us with your speech, with your session. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. Take care, dear. Let me just quickly. Okay, the one candidate asking for my email ID, so I'm just making it to her. Okay, so or you can share it, or let me quickly share. So that's my email ID.
Thank you, sir, for providing your email ID. I was asking for that.
Thanks a lot. So I've shared with the participant who asked for it. Okay, then bye-bye. Take care, guys. See you somewhere.
Thank you so
It was
much, sir.
nice.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks to all the participants. We'll join with you in the third session at 1:45. So I request you to join at 1:45 for the third session that would be held by Dr. Deepa. Thank you so much.
This conference will now be recorded.
Good afternoon, ma'am. How are you, ma'am?
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Ma'am,
Ma'am,
you are not.
unmute your ma'am mic.
I thought it is controlled at your end, so I was not unmuting that. So okay, you have given me permission to unmute and on my camera and present my screen, right? So I'm okay. You have made me the presenter. Okay. So should we start, Nidhi, or we have to wait for the participants?
Wait for just 2 minutes. As Professor Mandeep Khosa is going to introduce you.
Okay. So should we wait for the participants?
Yes, ma'am. Yes. Wait for another 5 or 10 minutes, ma'am. Let them come, ma'am.
Okay, so I will mute myself and I will put off my video. The moment you will announce that I should join, I'll put on board. Okay?
Okay, ma'am. Okay.
Yes, welcome participant for the third session. Should we start the session? So I welcome Dr. Deepa SkindKauts. It's a great pleasure for me to introduce our speaker of the fifth day, Dr. Deepa Skand. Dr. Deepa Skand is presently Head Department of Education, Guru Nanak Dev University, Amritsar. She has 3 postgraduate degrees in education, English, psychology, and PhD in computer assistant instructions in the field of education from Punjabi University, Chandigarh. She has been serving as a teacher educator since 1991 and has 29 years experience of teaching and research in university and college at both undergraduate and postgraduate level. The areas of her teaching and research are research methodology, education evaluation, education psychology, guidance and counseling, constructivist pedagogy, modular approach to curriculum development, MOOCs pedagogy. She has worked as a coordinator of IQAC examination and chief editor of edited books both at college and university department level. Her research focuses on psychological domain, curriculum development and transaction issues, training program for early childhood, care education and creative management at higher education level, emotional intelligence and emotional coaching, ICT and web-based pedagogy. She has mentored 10 doctoral researchers, 5 MPhil researchers, and more than 100 master dissertation. And she has published over 68 research papers in international and national journals and 24 book chapters. She has authored, edited 2 books on inclusive education and evaluation in teacher education. She has presented more than 100 papers and participated in more than 90 conferences and workshops at international and national level. She has delivered more than 25 keynote addresses in various seminars and conferences and is a frequent speaker in HRDCs of various central and state universities. She is conveyor of Board of Studies in Education at UG and PG level, conveyor Research Degree Board for 2019 to 22, member of Academic Council. She has coordinated 20 workshops and refresher courses under HRDC and SOE at GNDU under Pandit Madan Mohan Malviya National Mission for Teachers and Teaching. She completed one UGC-sponsored research project on creative management for teacher education institution. She is a visiting member for NCT and NAC and UGC assignments in various capacities. I welcome you, ma'am, for this session. We would be we are really waiting to hear from your side, and we are really excited to hear from your sessions. We would be getting some like the session you would be taking today. We would be taking something learnings from this session, and surely we would implement this learnings from you. Welcome, ma'am. Welcome for the session.
Welcome, ma'am. Welcome for the session. Please, ma'am, over to you.
Thank you, Madam Nidhi Phutela and Dr. Nidhi Phutela for inviting me on this platform and interacting with the elite academicians present on the platform. I believe you must be having participants from varied fields, from engineering, from management, from sciences, pure sciences. And this virtual world has given us opportunity to interact through multidisciplines. We have been talking about interdisciplinary approach, multidisciplinary approach, but they were only papers. And this is the right opportunity where we are getting a platform where all, irrespective of their disciplines, can join the courses, can join the workshops, can join the webinars, and can interact with each other's ideas. Although I'm not very happy with this mode, usually it is an asynchronous mode. Wherein the speaker is taking up the things, and yes, we do have a chat box. Although, I can also find it here. There's a chat box. We do interact in chat box. Still, when it is a physical to physical mode, face-to-face physical mode, that makes a difference always in our development, in our interactions. And the topic you have brought to me today is really relevant as far as the training conditions are concerned. This pandemic has given us a more practical platform to interact with. So I think I will start sharing my screen with you. Is that so? And we are having 24 participants on this platform. Am I right? There is some issue with your voice recorder. Your mic is, it is on, but okay. So here I start with the sharing of my screen as you have given me permission to do so. And the topic which we are having here is, no, I don't want to leave the meeting, but how to minimize it. ये जो गो मीटिंग वाला है आपका, उसमें स्टॉप शेयरिंग, क्या मेरी स्क्रीन विजिबल है? संदीप जी, इज माय स्क्रीन विजिबल? आपकी वॉइस नहीं आ रही मुझे. इज इट विजिबल? Or any of the participants can unmute and tell me whether my screen is visible or not. Any of the participants can unmute and tell me.
Yes, ma'am, visible. Yes, ma'am. Yes,
Ma'am, your screen is visible.
Thank you, Apu and Balvanshi. Thank you so much.
Ma'am, yes, it is visible.
Okay, thank you so much. So here we start with our discussion, although it is asynchronous mode, but still I feel that we all are interacting among ourselves. It is promoting iterative experimentation and transformation across curriculum to enhance students' learning and engagement. Now, why we are talking about this iterative experimentation? This pandemic condition has created such a platform where one thing cannot work at a time. Many things have to be taken into consideration to make it a successful event. And as far as being a teacher are concerned, we have been talking about our learning objectives, our behavioral modification objectives, but learning outcomes is a new thing to our state of affairs. These learning outcomes, if you scroll the history and how they have evolved, you will find that all the developed nations, they work, they talk, their teaching learning process goes through learning outcomes. We, in our country, have been talking about that, am I audible? Am I audible? Because I'm getting some message that there is some problem with the audio.
Yes, ma'am, you are audible.
Okay, thank you. I was telling that our country has been moving through, learning objectives, behavioral objectives, teaching points, inputs and outputs. But when it comes to outcomes, it is a different story. Learning outcomes is a different story. And when you collect data, when you try to analyze, when you try to synthesize, you find that all the developed nations have been working on learning outcomes. Because learning outcomes is really one mandatory factor that is value addition in social development. So, this pandemic situation has raised a big issue for us. That how to inputs and outputs is one thing. We have to give so many inputs. Outputs might be very, very less. But what is the outcome now? That is the situation. To have our outcomes, we cannot have one single mode of our teaching learning process. And my dear participants on this platform, we must agree with me that we all are teachers. And we all have got one thing in common, that we are to connect with our learners. We are to connect with our learners. If it is a medicine teacher, he has to connect with his learners. If it is a engineering teacher, he or she has to connect with the engineering learners. If it is a pure sciences teacher, he has to connect with the pure sciences learners. Now, it means we all are teachers and we all have to connect with our students. And the discipline we are teaching is our media of connection. The discipline is simply a media of connection. And in that discipline, the major part is the content. And if you look at the present circumstances, there is no dearth of content which is available to students online. You will just Google one word, Iterative, and you will find plenty of information with this, with regard to this word. It means the content has lost its significance. Earlier, the content was there, it had a significance, but now, even in online, the OERs have established the validity of the content. Hence, there is no issue with the content. Then what is the issue? The issue is with respect to this curriculum, which has to be developed on 4 lines. I am not able to pick up my slideshow. How to go about it? Because this slide pop-up window is continuously coming and I'm not able to reduce it. Can anybody help me in that? Yeah, I myself help out. So here I go. Is it okay now? Anybody can tell me that the things are available, visible to them, and I am audible too.
Ma'am, everything is clear. You can continue.
Okay, fine, thank you. So, so the question comes now that we have to design our curriculum with a focus that it is dealing with the development of head, heart, head, and now health also. Earlier it was a 3x story, but then it became a 4x story, and during pandemic, it is becoming more important that health is saved. See, the things have changed due to this time period. The focus is changed. The significance for the teachers, for the learners is changed. Reason being, the conditions, the context in which we are talking today, it requires health on the top, rest not on the top. Health is on the top. To see how the things have changed. Earlier, we used to say to our students, you are not to bring any electronic device in your classroom. March 2020 से पहले हमारा what was our stand? That people will not bring, students will not bring any electronic device in the classroom. Now, it is compulsory to bring electronic device in the classroom. Earlier, it was essential that physical presence is must in the institution. Now, the physical presence is must in the Google classroom or the virtual classroom. See, the things have changed. And the moment we went on in virtual mode, lots and lots many things. They changed And the changed version also was available and is available to us. That is the reason we have to follow iterative approaches to our teaching learning process. It is irrespective of any discipline fixation. It is discipline culture fair. Any discipline and every discipline has to think about the alternative approaches. Whether you are teaching engineering, you are teaching chemistry, you are teaching physics, you are teaching physical education, you are teaching languages. You all are concerned with number one, health, yours and your students. Number two, electronic devices they carry. Number three, virtual presence. Uncommon. What is uncommon? That is your content and that is available in virtual mode. So iterative approach is becoming important and I would rather say mandatory in this pandemic condition and after post-pandemic even. So we need to find out how to go about this iterative approach. How to blend the concepts, how to blend the ideas, how to blend the activities. We are having one session on blending and learning approach also. How to blend all these. Even how to blend different disciplines. You know, this we have been talking about interdisciplinary or multidisciplinary approaches, but we are not able to understand what is that. This pandemic has given us opportunity to pick up the threads and to do in a blending way. So, how to blend, what to blend, where to blend, and then how much flexibility is required. You know, we throw workshops, but we never say that only people who are in the field of electrical engineering can join this workshop. We have stopped saying it, isn't it? But we say, this is the workshop, and these are the contents, these are the persons we will be interacting with, these are how many days it is going to be, and these are the outcomes we have. We don't, I mean, very good workshops, they don't talk in terms of outputs now. These are the outcomes we have. So see, we are giving flexibility to our learners also, to our educators also, for selecting the activities. And the bigger thing which is coming up in this online is that it has to be very, very inclusive in nature. Because you do not know from which language the person is present on the platform. From which background, cultural background is present on the platform. Do the people with different abilities are present on the platform? Do the people having challenges with respect to their learning are present on the platform? So you have to be very flexible in taking up various activities. So I would love to tell the organizers that if a word of their the participants who are presented on this platform, who are interacting in this workshop, their specializations are also becoming a part of your workshop. That also helps learner as well as the presenter to understand what is the platform, what are the varieties present on this platform. So that gives us flexibility. So iterative approach means we have to combine different concepts, ideas, activities, curriculum contents, interest from the existing as well as anticipated learning outcomes we have decided for. Now, what is the key criteria which we take up during these months? What it came in 2009, but we never went through the criteria. These things are going through, but now the things are not going through. This pandemic has taught us to be in our four walls, but to be well versed with the outside world, to be very well connected with the outside world, how to go about it. अब याद आए, we remember that there are these guidelines for us, that we should have active and engaging curriculum with us. Whatever we are teaching, we should find out that this is taught in such a manner that people are engaged. We have got internship programs. Now this online mode and the lockdown period has affected our internship programs. How to go about it? What type of activities we can involve in our curriculum practices that we know becomes engaging. All are working at their ends and presenting also. So how to go about it? We can go by making groups. We can go by making groups of our students, 4 each. Let one draw the flow diagram of the activity assigned. Let second specify the dimensions of those activities assigned. Let third make the concept note of different parts which are involved in that activity. And let the fourth one put it in a practical show. All of them present on online. So this becomes engaging. It becomes engaging activity. We can also select the persons of the groups in such a manner that what type of resources they have got with them and how we can explore with those resources with respect to the activities we are planning. So we need to think now in very, very different mode. We need to think in flipped mode. Earlier, the teacher used to think, I know all the things. Now we must know that this is online virtual mode and we must know the limitations of our Indian conditions. We must keep in picture the conditions of Indian systems. We must keep in picture the condition of our net services. We must keep the challenges we have got. We cannot put our eyes off on those things. And by having all these in front of us, what should we do? Then we should create activities where the students are engaged with respect to the optimization of the resources and the potentials they have. But this will only be possible if you are very clear in your learning outcomes, if you are very clear in our goals. If we teach the students with certain evidences, that this evidence supports the curriculum activity which we are talking about, then we should help them. We should give them time to explore. There are online management systems which give us the rooms, breakup rooms, In online mode also, we can conduct workshops. We can give them breakup rooms. In those breakup rooms, the groups can undertake their activity for the time given to them. And then after that, the group leader can come on the main platform and present. We can go ahead with that also. But for this, we have to have information. What are those learning systems? This is all flipped mode. Right? We can say these are the requirements of today's lecture in the class. And you should explore all the requirements and get back to me by this time. As a teacher, you can see that. This is a flipped mode. And then by getting the information and the resource information, you may blend the things. Someone says, I am having blackboard and the camera to show my blackboard. So we can have the drawing blackboard. Someone says that I am having the typewriting machine to type the things and I can pick the photograph. So we can have that also into our consideration. Somebody says, I have got the Explorer camera from there. I can pick up the things around. I can present it. So that can also be taken into consideration. So it is not only one thing. We are having many resources together and then we are blending. Somebody says, I can speak. I can present wonderfully. Okay, fine. You'll have him also or her also. So we are blending. And why we are blending? Because our outcome is that we have to develop the skill to handle equipment and that in virtual classroom. This is about outcome. And we're not talking of inputs and outputs. Outcome. What is the exact behavioral change which I require after going through this, my particular class? So, this is how you are going to use the goals, the evidence-based curriculum, the engaging activities in your present curriculum, in your present teaching learning process. Iterative approach to curriculum is designing, developing, and implementing. You have to design your things, you have to develop your things, then you can only implement. Design, now you have to sit and design for your virtual classroom, not your face-to-face classroom, for your virtual classroom. And then you have to develop, you have to find out the activities which are engaging activities, keeping in mind your learning outcomes, coordinating the two, you have to develop it. And then you implement in the class. But after implementation, you may find that many things are left. How to go about it? Where my curriculum planning is lacking? You have to visit that and review it. Because this is not a mode where you will give question paper, they will answer you and you will assign marks. No. You have to undertake multiple activities to evaluate your students for particular learning outcomes. So that is basically iteration. Why we have started using iteration? There are so many buzzwords coming up. The blending approach, the flip model, the mixed pedagogy, then constructivist pedagogy. Now iteration word is also starting up. What are we just talking about basically? When you look at these all notes, you find one thing. you find that all these approaches are basically making you revisit your cycle. Again and again revisit, again and again revisit, till you achieve the learning outcome. That is the iteration. That is even blending, constructivist, mixed pedagogy. All these are focusing on one thing. That you talk about learning outcomes and you make it a point to ensure that your learning outcomes are achieved. Now, iteration, what iteration is doing, it is giving opportunity to the teacher, to the curriculum framework, to the project master, whosoever is at the helm of the affairs. Iteration is asking, giving the opportunity to revisit their things through regular feedbacks. And you may involve your stakeholders, you may involve your industry people. But here, earlier, we used to have them, but we were not bothered whether whatever they said 100% is implemented or not. Recently I finished up on a project with the employability skills in 2016. And the project was very alarming in its expression. The people who are from these engineering fields, they do have wonderful degrees with them. But the employability skills as far as industry was concerned, it was much, much less. The industry people had the reflection that whatever they are taught in the classes, whatever they are given in the degrees, 70% is not required here on the platform in our industries. So that is a alarming situation. Now, iteration, since it is now online, we cannot ignore the things. We have to address everything. Now, iteration gives you an opportunity to revisit the things. For example, you are a teacher of some engineering course. Awesome. Now, I'll take a concrete example from Delhi University Architect Department. You are a teacher there and you have got one student in architect who is doing wonderful in so many things but not able to produce the assignments which have got certain deadlines. Because the candidate is having a disability which is not visible. See, the disability is not visible. Now, this disability, which is not visible, is more dangerous. Because the teacher might be thinking she has to write so much. That is why she is not submitting. Yes, all is wonderful with her. It's not a case. The case is of learning disability. And our present society is giving us so much of challenges with respect to learners that we have to start with inclusive practices. Although we don't understand what is it in its true spirit, although our country has got a challenge of resources with respect to inclusive practices, but we need to now address to them because it is a virtual mode. Everything is getting recorded. Everything is getting evaluated virtually at that very moment. But the girl is wonderful, excellent, but she is not able to submit her assignments. And she is not given the degree. The case is 3 years back. It was in 2000, 16, 17. And the candidate goes to court and tries to have justice. Now the question here comes, I'm not bothered what court said, what justice said, what judges are saying. No, I'm bothered here what teacher thinks. Why he is thinking in a very fixed manner. When we are talking of blending is nothing. He has to think that there is some issue when it comes to submission of assignments. There is some challenge he is facing. Why we are working with a deficit model of learning outcome? Why can't we work with the effective model of learning outcome? That what is there with this learner? That should be our focus. Well, this is what iteration gives the opportunity to you to revisit with respect to every individual and redefine the things. Then what are the phases of curriculum development? It is designing, implementation, and improvement. Dear participants, anybody can tell me I am audible as well as visible. Any participant can unmute and tell me I am audible and visible.
Yes, ma'am, you are audible and visual also.
Okay, thank you. So here I go. That our phases of curriculum development are designing, implementation, and improvement. Now, see here, the third phase come as improvement. Earlier, we were not talking about improvement. In designing, what we should do? We can design our complete curriculum. We can design our complete institutional curriculum. We can design our complete course curriculum. We can design our own paper curriculum which we are teaching. That paper curriculum should be defined in terms of its objectives. What are the objectives of teaching my paper? We should interact with that. Whether that paper which I am teaching is having a relevance today in this virtual mode. Whether the paper contents which I am teaching is significant in this virtual mode, or it was earlier significant, but now it requires changes. We have to change. Now, for example, my earlier objectives of curriculum teaching were more of content knowledge. But now, in present circumstances, the researchers are proving that this pandemic has affected the mental health conditions of the learners. So, whatever I'm teaching, is it helping the mental health of the learner? Whatever the situations are, am I taking into consideration those situations? Now, I am finding on the screen many times a name appears and a message comes that so and so left, so and so joined. Now, person will react. Classroom में ऐसे नहीं कर सकते ना. Anybody is coming anytime in your class and anytime going out of your class. But here, it is happening. Now we must understand why it is happening so. Why it is happening so. because many of the participants must have joined through mobile phones. And whenever there is a call on the mobile phone, you get disconnected. The moment you pick up the call, you get disconnected. Many of the people must have joined from certain places where the connectivity issue is a big challenge. So many times, now some even the call has left. So many a times, the connectivity issue makes you leave the meeting and then you rejoin. Right? So while I'm defining my objectives, I have to keep this challenge in my front of me. That my objective is that every learner should get the know-how of my content, which I'm talking about, either through this mode, WhatsApp mode, either through message mode, either through the Meet mode, either through my virtual Google Classroom mode, whatever is it. See, the nature of defining objectives has changed. Earlier, used to define us. They must understand what is metallurgy. They must understand the contents of metallurgy, the characteristics, the laboratory, what you call laboratory equipment, apparatus, and their conducting laboratory. But now, it is totally changed. You know the content is there. But now you are oriented to learning outcomes. And learning outcomes never talks of the content. Remember this. Learning, if you write a learning outcome, they will be able to define methodology, then it is not a learning outcome. It is a learning output. Because in input, you said you define the methodology, and now you are expecting your learner to define it back. So it is the learning input, learning output. It was teacher's input and learner's output. Now, learning outcome is totally learner-centered. It is the learner who is at the center of the affairs. It is the learner who is deciding what objectives he is going to take up. And he may tell you as well that I am confident about certain fourth objective, but I am not confident about the sixth objective. You have to revisit that. It's different. Then team identification. That's what I told you, that how you have to make the books. On the basis of the resources, on the basis of your flipped approach, that you have to take up the things. On the basis of your flipped approach, you will club the team members so that the teams are balanced. Then you have to see the content, which content to be selected. From where you will see that? Your learning outcome. And how you are defining your learning outcome? By talking to the stakeholders for whom you are preparing these people. By jaake, they have to take up jobs for whom you are preparing them. What learning experiences you are going to add to it. You might have, when we have qualified your degrees, you might have a different type of learning experience. But now this is a time of millennials. They have got different context. They have got different environment. Their learning experiences have to be different. When we were studying, we were taking degrees, we never heard of a third category, third gender. We only knew males, females. But now there is transgender. We never knew about the similar sex of activities. But now it is very much there. See, the millennials who are coming up, they are having a different world. You have to create learning experiences for them. You have to decide delivery methods for them. You cannot decide on the basis of your own previous experiences. This is what iteration process is, iterative approaches. Then you have to organize the learning experiences in such a manner that it is inclusive. Everybody is able to chew his food. Everybody is able to have his food. That is why we have been talking about credit-based, choice-based systems. So everybody has got a way to go about his learning. And then you have to review that there were 30 students in your classroom who had these outputs. These were the contents delivered. These were the activities performed by them. These were how they organized their experiences. But how many of 30 have achieved the learning outcomes? How many learning outcomes? How many of them have achieved how many of learning outcomes? Criterion based. Earlier we used to talk much of more based, but now we have to talk much of criterion based evaluation. And when we review, we revisit. So these are the issues. Now you see that defining objectives, but students need to learn. Earlier, what were the objectives? This is I'm going to teach to students. This is the topic I'm going to take up. These are the topics I'll be talking about them. No, it's not required now. They are available. The moment you say this is the paper I'm going to teach, your student will just Google the paper, find out the contents, find out the subtopics, etc., etc. He says, I have got with me, not test. While you are here, as a teacher, what you have to do? We have been talking about facilitator. What is a facilitator? Who is a facilitator? What is trying to do with the facilitation process? This is all the questions of iteration approach. So what students need to learn and do? We have to present the knowledge based on it. We will decide. And you have got plenty of outcomes with you. So these are the outcomes, specified outcomes. And so similarly, you are having team identification. Yes, in these teams, you will get experts from different disciplines as well. You can have experts. Suppose I recently organized one workshop on research tools. And I wanted to understand that how these engineering people, they take up their research studies. On the same side, I also wanted to understand how the philosophers, they take up their research studies. I also wanted to understand how the mathematicians, they take up their research studies. All of them, they have different ways to take up the studies. So we need to see if we require a subject matter expert for our team, which we are making, then we have to make it a part of that team. It is you who is taking teaching learning process is to decide all this. Then you have to select the content, you have to create the content. Sometimes you don't have content available. Then you have to create that content. Then you have to decide by media, full text discussion, what precisely you have to take up. I met one professor of this cognitive science, Harvard Gardner. And he was writing everything, during his breakfast, he was having a piece of paper and he was writing there. So today this activity must have media, audio, and video with this particular documentary. This is every day you have to see, which is what is important, because you have to make your learner connect with your present circumstance also. What is happening today, they have to be connected with that. So we have to understand all these approaches which we are today following, they are well established in developed countries. But when we look into how they work, they really work wonders. Every movement, every event, every activity, they plan beforehand and then they launch. They are not bothered whether people are sitting in their class or standing in their class, but they are bothered that this is the outcome and every learner has to have this outcome if he is going to do this particular coursework. So they create events, activities, delivery methods, learning experiences, and then how they connect their experiences. Why it is very much important? Because they have to construct knowledge for themselves. Everybody has to construct knowledge for oneself. And constructing knowledge for oneself requires proper integration and proper understanding, proper blending of the ideas and activities. And then we have to revisit. We always have to revisit what is happening, why it is happening. We have to revisit what are the differences so that we can replan. This is what iteration approach is. And then comes the implementation. Implementation means how you are going to deliver and how you are going to support. Now, the main issue is assessment, student assessment. That reflects how well you have implemented. Now, on one side, you will have your outcomes. On the next, you will have the ways to assess the outcomes. And then the final observation with respect to assessment is very, very important. So, we go by general observations. Students, they work, how they are working on their assessments. Then, how much skills and values and attitudes they have developed. On these, you just look at your assessment pattern. We do have much for content, little for the skills, and little for the values and attitudes. Whereas the iterative approach believes in what should be for values and attitudes, then for skills, and we should be have little for content, knowledge assessment. Why? Because without content knowledge, students cannot develop skills, values, and attitudes. Right? Because Einstein also said so. If you're not able to explain in simple words, if you're not able to attach values, it means you have not understood the content, you have simply reproduced the content. So, iteration approach requires the assessment for more weightage to skills, values, and attitudes, and then to content. This is how implementation is taken up. Then, improvement. Improvement, why? Because we are reviewing also. We are watching that how much of outcomes have been achieved. how much of outcomes have been achieved. You are watching that also. So, but now we are not evaluating students. Now, what we are evaluating is what we decided about the outcomes from our curriculum. And how much of the outcomes have been achieved by how many students, which we are finding it through student assessment. We are trying to find it through student assessment. What we are trying to find it through student assessment? This effectiveness of curriculum. Right? Whether we have achieved our goals, whether we have taken up our outcomes. And all these are, we are getting the information from this corner. Yes. And when you watch these two, then you are able to find out where the changes are required. Where the changes are required. And तो हमें खुद में changes की जरूरत होती है. We are having so much of closed mindset. I mean, I remember when the first time the online class started, I started taking them in the second week of March. I was very much disturbed that I do not know whether student is taking a cup of tea or taking a slice of bread, whether he's listening to me or he has just put on his this thing, he has just joined and he is working on some other thing. I was very much disturbed to know whether he has joined and he's sitting in his own room or he's sitting in a park with his or her girlfriend. I don't know. I was disturbed. But then I need to understand that situations are challenging. And we have to find out the remedies to these challenges. Either in terms of technology or in terms of our social perceptions. We need to have those changes. We need to look at where our curriculum is lacking work. And the moment I started changing it into engaging activities, into simulation, into this thing that they are going to present by through flipped approach and through blending mode, the question whether they are there or not, it just went in the background. Because all were engaged and all were working, they have to work on the platform, they have to discuss among themselves, they have to present themselves. So I added, I changed, I relooked at the engaging activities of my students with respect to the paper, with respect to the content I was delivering. So we need to reframe. We need to reframe our things which we are teaching. This is what iterative approach is. And one new thing nowadays, which is becoming very popular, is macro engagements. Meaning why? We can be from different fields. We can create prototypes of our designs, our testing procedures. We can discuss among ourselves with respect to those prototypes. This happened during this pandemic only, that mind is always inquisitive to know how the things are happening. And I was much interested to know how the doctors are doing the things. And I became part of one of the doctors group. The way they were doing macro collaborations, interactions, which was remarkable. Doctors from different surgical backgrounds, they were talking, discussing how their skills and how their operative procedures are affecting the patient's health. And they were designing, they were discussing their designs. And then they were telling that how they had tested on what who was the patient on which this particular procedure was tested and what were the outcomes, where was the weaknesses, how he came out with the weakness. And the other person, people from different surgical backgrounds. Now, that little insight is something that happens. You might be doing the best, but you might not be able to find out the problem because you're not having that eye to find out the problem. Well, you need to have a different lens to find out that problem. And that different lens is with some other specialist. You borrow the lens from the specialist and try to find through that lens, and you are able to get it to figure out. This is what it is meant by prototypes. Designing and testing, and then you are revising the things. Having a draft is prepared. But that draft has to be regularly visited. Reason, this is virtual world. Everything becomes redundant in the evening. Google Meet was wonderfully popular. And suddenly within weeks' time, you have one more of apps. Now you are working, comparing, confused. You are having macro discussions across disciplines, across people, across cultures to find out what is best. It's the time when you have to iterate. You cannot go the way we used to go in our physical mode classrooms. Then, of course, you may have a review by the experts. So every time you have to plan, you have to analyze, you have to design, you have to implement, you have to test, evaluate, review. Second time also, third time also, any number of times you have to do this process, these steps, because every moment the outcomes are changing. Why they're changing? Because the social context for which you are preparing your learner is changing. Be it an engineer, be it a doctor, be it a physicist, be it a chemist, be it a music teacher, every moment they are changing. Because this and pandemic has given a complete shape. We have really learned all these things were happening earlier days also, but we were not much impressed. But now it has become the need of the hour. So we are learning it. Every day we are learning. You cannot talk the same thing today and after 15 years. You need to mend. You need to revisit. You need to find out. Friends, am I audible as well as visible?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. So, how are you going to have iteration process in our classrooms? See, all have to carry together. All have to carry together. Now it is not a time when we used to have a different engineers background, a different medicine background, different lawyers background. It is the time all have to come together. So you have to change the landscape. You have to re-examine your approaches to students' learning and responding proactively. You have to guide the students in such a manner They are moving towards accuracy. So you have to reduce the volumes, but you have to increase the accuracy level. This is human being. And human being is very, very dynamic. Every day, human beings think differently, but they are compelled to do similarly. Let us stop it. Iteration process is only possible if you have got this in your mind that you have to develop a landscape. Your classroom is going to be a colorful landscape. You have to think that way. So, do you watch short movies of medical practitioners, especially the doctors of infants up to 2 years? When you look at their work styles, I'm talking of developed countries, can you see that? And we have to be developed one day. We have to understand that. So when you look at those small videos of those doctors, how they treat the infants, their outcome is that they don't want to bring pain on the face of the child, of the infant. And they do number of musics. They play number of musics. They play number of funny faces. And suddenly inject. And suddenly inject. The child is so much involved and engrossed in those perceptual expressions that he doesn't acknowledge the pain. This is the way doctors are doing. Because they have been taught by the cognitive psychologists. And this is how you have to check up the things. So, we as the teachers, they are the practitioners. We as the teachers will have to address to the classroom. And this is a very good approach. Blending is also a very good approach. Flipped is also a very good approach. The best is constructivist approach. The best is constructivist approach. Then you have to make your students learn and reflect. You do not make our students reflect. You just visit. I am having much of examples of medical, sciences, and I watch people in PGI. There, the doctors, the professors, they take their students to the patients. When they interact with the students, the patients, the students keep watching them and keep taking notes out of their interactions. We do say we are engineers. We do say we are teacher educators. We do say we are chemists. How we are developing the reflective skills among our learners? How we are doing that? Just sit and revisit. And those student doctors, they are taking notes, and after visiting the patients, they go to their discussion room, they sit there, and they discuss and reflect with their professor. Then they refine and revise their work. And continuously they are doing it. And continuously they are doing it. So this is what is expected in this iteration process. We all have to take together and construct knowledge for us. The number of iterations, the number of refinements. The more you iterate, the more you bring refinement to your presentation. Argument. Please excuse me for a moment. So if you want to refine our things, then we have to see how many iterations and what type of iterations are required. The design which I have discussed with you, they are all iterations, whether iteration is required in designing, or in implementing, or in improving, in reviewing, in revisiting. You have to see that. How do you see that? You have to coordinate and collaborate with your learning outcomes. Let not forget that. So this is how we use the iterative approach. We develop assignments, assessments, remediation. We have to have number of assignments. You know, if my student says, ma'am, it's not possible for me to do this assignment because I'm having problem with these resources. I say, okay, here is the second one. He says, I'm not able to do the second one. Okay, I say, here's a third one. Right? Because we have to make it inclusive. We provide all learning material to the students. Earlier, what was the practice? That we should not present the whole thing to the student. This was the practice. But it's not possible in virtual mode. You have to present everything to the students. So, present something to the students. Let students have their share. Let students understand what they want. Right? Earlier, we used to have, don't show everything on the slide. No, look at them show. Let them decide what they want. Because they are the best judge of their situation. They know the best. And then they have to complete the assignment, submit to teacher. The important part is teacher has to give feedback. Where we learn again. We have got feedback in terms of good, not very good. You didn't do well. No. Feedback is required. So this was the outcome. These are the activities. This is your performance. Here is the lacking, and this is the reason due to this lack of activity, you are not able to achieve your outcome. Very precise. Evaluation and feedback is that precise. Then you again revisit your assignments, you again revisit your classroom feedback, you again revisit your this procedure, how it has been implemented, and the cycle goes on till you have achieved the mastery, meaning thereby you achieve a zero error level. Now, what is this zero error level? Zero error level is the error is not affecting the results. Error is there. Error is there. But it is not affecting your results. And then you can collaborate. Depends on you how you take up your course content. How you take up your issues of your paper you are teaching. And then you can redesign. Now, throughout all these slides, you are finding one thing that you have to revisit with respect to the learning outcomes, with respect to the context in which you are talking about. Now, students might find a problem. If they find a problem, they have to pursue it in a different manner. If they didn't find a problem, then they move ahead to a different platform. Here, you are working with students. You and students both are working. You are not having a higher platform. Because a higher platform loss, your knowledge base, which is not available. And what is that? What could be the higher platform? Your experiences. What could be the higher platform? Your own interactions in situations. What could be the higher platform? Your experiential learning. And what is students' strengthening platform thing is they have the inquisitive nature. They inquire. And only with experiential learning can allow the inquiry. And when both these collaborate, you are able to solve the problem. And still if they're not able to solve the problem, then we have to generate more of the ideas. We have to understand through experiential learning only. Let's visit the situations. Let's visit the contexts. Let's analyze and synthesize. Let's question. And then we again reach to a solution. So that class is over where we used to dictate notes. And students used to write notes. The class is over when we used to say you have to go to library and this books and this books. Now I consult library online. Virtual library. I go to the virtual library, I select the book, I tell the book reader that I want this book for 1 week, and that is on my platform. So, it is a virtual thing. You have to change that how to solve the problem. And in present this pandemics, the virtual experiential learning and inquiry mode, they are on the top to help us to solve the problems. This is our intervention. So you develop prototypes, you share your feedback, get the feedback, you refine, you again develop prototypes, and the cycle goes on. And the cycle goes on. And remember one thing, now the time has come when it is macro learning. When it is macro collaborative, means people from different disciplines are coming together in learning. That is why we have shifted from this quantitative research mode to qualitative research mode to mixed research mode. And slowly you'll find that mixed research mode will not be accepted at all. Because you cannot mix oil and water. The two things are infinite. Right? So you will come to qualitative or to quantitative. Now, since it is the development of humans, and this pandemic has said that quality is more important than quantity, have less, have clean, have flow, have error-free, have zero tolerance. So quality will come on. So this macro approach we should start following in our classrooms also. How you conceptualize those spaces means how you conceptualize how a person of medicine, how a person of engineering, how a person of architect, how a person of physics, how a person of music can help us together. A group of musicians, the music people are working with medical practitioners. we are trying to find out which are the tools of music which bring quality improvement in the patient's recovery. Just imagine the doctors and music, people are working together. The cognitive psychologists and the medical people who are doing work on brains, they are working together. The psychologists and the corporate people, where number of engineers and MBAs people are working, they're working together for the benefit of the occupants of the corporate sector. So this is how these things are working. Now, Tata Consultancy Services are working in connection with us. That is a totally corporate sector. Now, this approach we have to follow. When due to this approach, the iteration is becoming the mandatory prerequisite. So these are the benefits, and the benefits are wonderful. We have been talking about 4 C's. Creativity, critical thinking, collaboration, and construction. All these 4 skills are very much helped through this iterative learning design, which I have discussed in the previous slides. This iterative learning design is actually purely making a teacher a facilitator. And this design is helping the learner to become a critical thinker, a creative thinker, a knowledge creator, a problem solver, and the knowledge producer. So, this iterative design helps in learn ways. These are the positive aspects of iterative curriculum. It ensures effective and engaging curriculum. This we have talked in our earlier slides. It ensures participatory curriculum development. Flexibility is the key word. Tailored to learners' needs. Abhi tak, till date, we have never learned how to tailor our curriculum to learners' needs. But now it is the time we have to tailor to learners' needs. We have to customize our curriculum and activities and engagements with respect to the learners' needs. We have to continuously improve with each iteration. We have to be flexible. Also. We have to be more collaborative. I would say macro collaborations. Then the process develops skills like critical thinking, creativity, problem solving, ability to work in collaborations. All these skills are given by UNESCO. UNESCO document says that irrespective of the fields, all the learners, all the performers have to have these skills. And articulation, helps in online learning more. Because online learning requires everyday changes. Every moment changes. Earlier, when I used to have classes in the months of March, April, May, whenever a phone used to ring up during my online class, or whenever there was a bell during my online class, I used to feel disturbed. But now I realize that it's a parcel of my online class. I will not feel disturbed. Do I ever feel disturbed when a PM used to bring a notice in my class? For a moment I used to get disturbed. That notice has to be, attended to, right? So is the case here. So I have to iterate this aspect also. I have to iterate this aspect also. And I think changing attitude of students towards failures. And we cannot say anybody is failure. Because there are so many challenges and limitations with which the students are coming on this virtual platform. We have to accept that. I have to accept that all of you are listening on the platform. But you might be taking tea because it is a tea time. You might be having a sandwich. But I have to accept with a positive note. Right? So this is what changing attitude is. But the students are really the teachers, I would say. And the drawbacks are, of course, there. Number of drawbacks are there. You need a collaborative and responsive approach. You need more time. You require more comprehensive approach. But you have to comprehend so many things. You have to anticipate so many things and then you have to comprehend. First you anticipate, you imagine. Your imagination part should be remarkable. Your anticipated part has to be remarkable. And then you comprehend. Okay? So, of course, I would not call it drawback. I will again call it a challenge. It's a challenge for us to take up. It's not a drawback. So, these are challenges of the iterative approach. So, conclusion is that iterative designs helps us to conceptualize, assess, redesign the learning spaces. अब इसमें किसी भी डिसिप्लिन की बात नहीं है. It is discipline here. Earlier classrooms were independent from faculty feedback. Learning spaces were not assessed, but now inputs from faculty, students, and to make new designs responsive to their learning experiences. You must be attending number of platforms, virtual platforms. You must be attending the number of resource persons. You must be attending the number of participants who are with you on the platforms. You have to do every time you have to revisit, replan, rethink. Every time you have to redesign your learning. Experiences are making it so. Right? So I think with this, I should present you a word of thanks and how I will get back to the main screen where I can find you all. Please tell me how to go about it.
Thank you, ma'am, for the wonderful session. Thank you, ma'am, for putting your efforts toward anchoring of today. The style of your explanation and expressing ideas are really awesome. And you explained the topic very well. Thank you so much, ma'am, for your valuable ideas sharing with us.
Okay, so how can you stop sharing my screen? How can I stop sharing the screen? Okay, so I will cancel here. Is it taking cancellation of screen?
Yes.
Share. It is asking me to share something else. No, I don't want to share.
Ma'am, you cross your screen.
Ma'am, मैं right में हूँ आपसे ना.
Here I go, right? So it was very, a learning experience for me as well to go to meeting and how to make the presentation and how to come back to the screen as well. And this is my, I think I had this app in my laptop, and but I didn't have this app in my desktop in my department. So I got it on that also, but this is my first week. So I learned it, That's a nice experience with you all. That's one learning experience I also had on this thing. And there are 26 participants in you, right? And I hope all were listening to me and they were interacting with my ideas. Okay, so some Aarti Joshi ji has opened up her video. So Nidhi, whatever your participants, if they want to have a discussion or I think the time is for your next. Now there are certain observations in the chat box with respect to my things.
Thanks, ma'am.
Find any question?
Ma'am, we'll see you on another day. That is on. Ma'am, your next session will be on 2nd of November at 3:30.
Okay, at 3:30. I mean, could it be rescheduled early? Can I have a session this time only instead of 3:30? Or is it fixed? I will call you in a date where voice is not audible. I'll call you, right? So I wish all the best to the participants. I wanted to have interaction with them, but somehow I don't know about this platform how it gives chance to interact. Dr. Parampal Singh has unmuted and Satinder Kumar ji has unmuted themselves. They want to say something. They want to discuss. Ask. May I know, please? Satinder ji, you have unmuted yourself. Do you want to say something? Or you are the next presenter of the program? Okay, now I'm not getting your voice. So I say bye to all of you and best of luck for your next session. Okay, Nidhi? Is it fine, Nidhi?
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Satinder sir.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
So welcome to our session.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good afternoon. Siddharji, how are you?
Fine, sir. Good afternoon, sir.
So nice to see you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
So we'll be listening to you, and I don't know because I joined late whether Professor Mandeep has already introduced you to the audience or not, or she was about to introduce. And
Even sir, I just joined. I've just joined.
That's good. Haji, ma'am.
It is a great pleasure for me to introduce Dr. Satinder Kumar, an alumnus of Guru Nanak Dev University with a postgraduate in management and graduation in commerce. He has qualified 2-time UGC NET and then doctoral degree in the area of ethical issues in e-marketing from Guru Nanak Dev University, Amritsar. He is best known for his work in marketing and digital marketing. He specialized in the field of marketing. He has been an Amritsar assistant professor in the area of marketing at School of Management Studies since 2009. Prior to joining SMS, he was APC General in Education Department, where he served around 5 years. He has published more than 50 articles, research papers in a wide range of leading management and psychological journals, including Journal of Tourism Management, ABDC Classified A category, Journal of Retailing and Consumer Services, ABDC Classified A category, 2 papers in Academic of Marketing Study, Journal ABDC Classified B category, Helian IIMS Abhigyan, 4 School of Management, Paradigm IMT Ghaziabad, IIT, and many more renowned journals. He got the Best Paper Award in IIM Indore. He has participated in various FDPs and workshops as a resource person and presented papers at national and international conferences, including IIM Indore, IIM Tiruchirappalli, IIM Kashipuri, IIT Delhi, AGBA at Indonesia, Narsi Munji Institute of Management Study, Hyderabad, and many more renowned institutes. He has 3 textbooks and 1 edited book in the area of marketing. He is on panel of Indus Science, Scopus, and ABDC Index Journal as a reviewer and research advisors. We welcome you, sir, for this session. Dr. Satinder Kumar is here for our 4th session organized by Guru Nanak Dev Engineering College and sponsored by AICTE. He would be talking on the topic Pedagogical Practice for Online and Blended Course. Up to you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for introducing, ma'am. Thank you, Parampal sir, once again for giving me this opportunity to have an interaction with the participants.
Pleasure all.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Let me share the screen. Mandeep ma'am, my slide is visible to all or visible to you also?
Yes, sir, it's visible, sir.
Okay. But it's not, ma'am, moving. Now it is.
Is it okay, sir?
Yeah, ma'am, it is okay. It is now moving. Ma'am, how I can minimize the screen of this go to meeting, ma'am? Because reason being, to me, my slide is not visible to me. Well, full slide is not visible to me.
This right click on draft. So you can drag the screen.
It is not drag. Okay. Just a minute, I'm going to start my presentation. Okay, a very good afternoon to all the participants. And today I'm going to have a lecture on these pedagogical practices for online and blended courses. So now we are going through a very critical time, as normally after the lockdown, majority of we people are now in the virtual classroom, and we are taking the classes of our teachers through the different online modes. So normally as a result of this COVID-19 or lockdown, because of this COVID-19, majority we have shifted our classes from offline to the online teaching. And normally when we talk about regarding this online teaching, it is basically the application of internet, the technology, in order to have interactions with the students. And in this, in the current time period, normally we have been maximally we are using the technologies, the computer networking, the computer systems in order to teach, in order to share the study materials with the students. So online teaching is more concerned with to have a face-to-face interaction, virtual face-to-face interaction, I must say, instead of having a physical interactions with the students. And we have been using the synchronous and asynchronous, and normally the combination of both synchronous and the asynchronous courses that we are having, using the different modes and the courses in order to have interactions with the students. So in the present time, we have been using the technology in order to teach to the student. The number of different techniques we have been using in order to teach to the students. It is all because of this advancement and the rapid change in the technology. The higher education, they have taken the support of this ICT in order to change the educational system, more specifically in India. It has been seen that it is all because of the advancement. It is all because of this advancement in the technology, web-based learning. The Indian education system, they have to redesign, they have to transform itself in order to have a effective teaching for the students. And the number of different platforms that have been emerged because of the technology, the number of different public and private agencies, they have came up with the different techniques. When I talk about more specifically regarding the public sector, the MHRD, they have came up with the number of different platforms. The NCRT, they came up with the number of different platforms. Similarly, we are having a MOOC, we are having a Swayam, we are having a e-Patiala. It is all because of this technology that all such kind of the changes and the techniques that have been emerged in the present scenario. When I talk about the techniques, the more specifically, it is all because of in the advancement of the technology, the role of the teachers, the educators, they have been changing. They have to educate themselves in order to how they can use the different kinds of techniques, the technologies, the computer systems, the networking techniques in order to have an interaction, in order to teach to their students. So the number of different techniques that have been emerged because of this technology are the classroom flipping, mind mapping, self-learning, instructional design, adaptive learning. So these are the different techniques that may be used by the teacher, by the educator, by the instructor in order to have a effective teaching. When I talk about regarding classroom flipping, normally what has been happening in the traditional classroom, the teacher, they were entering in the class, and the number of different students, they were sitting in the class, and the teacher, they start delivering their lectures, and once the lecture is over, the teacher, they are going to give some homework to their students, and the students, while going back to their places, while going back to their homes, they are sitting individually and completing their homework. But when I talk about regarding the flipped classroom and the classroom flipping, it is entirely different from the physical or from the traditional classroom. In this case, well in advance, the topics that have been given by the teacher to their students, and while before coming to the class, the students, they have to prepare they have to develop their mind, the topic that teacher they are going to teach in the class. This is the practice that has already been prevailing in the Indian education, more specifically in the IIMs or IITs. What has been happening in the IIMs, the teachers, they one day before they are going to take the class, they are conveying to their student, this is the topic that they are going to discuss in the next class, and before coming to the class, the students, they are well equipped with the basic fundamentals, basic understanding regarding the topic. So when the teachers, when the students, they are going to attend the class, instead of the teachers, they are delivering their lectures regarding the topic, they are going to have a discussion with each other. So this kind of technique that we can use in the present scenario. Reason being, in technology, the teachers, by using the different IT tools, either by the emails, by the other online platform, the teacher, they can send messages to their students. This is the topic that they are going to discuss in the next class or in the tomorrow class, and they're supposed to come with the basic understanding regarding this topic. So this is the technique that we can use, the teacher, they can use in order to have effective teaching for their students. The second technique that they can use, the mind mapping. Again, when I talk about regarding the traditional classroom, what has been happening normally, when I talk about the past time, like when we people were studying in the schools or in the colleges, normally the teachers, they were coming in the class without any PPT, without any technology. They are simply coming in the class, they are having a chalk and have a blackboards, and they start this, the teacher, they have when it is going lecture, they were somewhere else, and it was very difficult. Am I audible to all, ma'am? Mandeep, ma'am?
Yes, sir, you're audible, sir.
Okay.
You're audible, sir.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, ma'am. I was talking about mind mapping. Normally, what has been happening, the teachers, they were entering in the class and they started with one topic, and they were going to end with the another topic, and the student, they get confused from where the teachers, they have started and where they have closed the classes, and they were confused. They were not able to correlate the things that have been discussed by the teacher in the class. So by using this mind mapping, the teacher, the instructor, they can use the different diagrams, they can use the different images, they can use the different pictures in order to, prior to start the class, they can give a hints to their students. This is the topic, these are the different dimensions they are going to talk about in the present class, and it would be more clarity to the students. These are the topics that they are going to cover in the present class. For example, I have taken the image of a marketing, and say, for example, I have to take a class regarding the different methods that we can use, the channels that we can use for the marketing. And in the today's lecture, I am only going to talk about regarding the social media as a marketing channel, inbound marketing as a media, as a marketing channel, email marketing as a marketing channel. So the students, they would be more clear. In the today's lecture, the teachers, they are going to about only these different parameters, and it would be easy for a teachers even to have a control over their lecture. Reason being, he is cleared in the today's lecture, they are only going to talk about these dimensions, they are not going to talk about anything else. So it would be easy for a students as far as for a teachers to have a control over the content they are going to deliver. If they are not having such kind of mind mapping technique, so the teacher, while, if I take an example, while I have been talking about a research methodology, say for example, and it is not a small topic, the number of things are there. Say if I have to talk about only the sampling technique, so instead of talking about the sampling technique, I may be diverted toward the different other dimensions of the marketing research. So with the help of this mind mapping, it would be more clarity to the teachers as far as for the students to have a control over the lecture. So this is the another technique that they can use. Okay, the another technique that they can have is the self-learning. So in this case, the teachers, they have to motivate to their students to go for a self-learning. So while using the different practices, the different techniques, the teacher, they can motivate to their students to involve more in the learning process. I was talking about the classroom flipping, in which the well in advance the topic that has been given to the students, regarding which the teacher is going to take the lecture in the next class. Similarly, by giving a case study technique, by giving a different kinds of project, what has been happening in the engineering uh, field, the teacher, they can well in advance give some models to their students, and they can provide them some brief information regarding the model that they are going to have they are going to discuss in the next class. So ultimately, before coming to the class, the students, they would have more understanding, they will involve themselves to have more better learning, more better understanding regarding the things that they are going to discuss in the class. So ultimately, in this case, the teacher, they would motivate to their students to self involve in the learning process in order to have a better understanding for the things that they are going to cover in the class. Another technique, that is the instructional design. Normally, either I talk about a management or other streams, we have been taking, we are going to teach the students who are having a different background. Say for example, in MBA, the students from the arts background, they are going to get the admission. The students from the engineering background, they are going to get the admission. From the management stream, from the non-management, so the different number of students are there in the class. And if a teacher, they are going to have a same pattern for the teaching, and it would be difficult for a students who are from the non-commerce and non-management background to understand the things easily. So in this case, instructional design, the teachers, they have to understand the students to whom they are going to teach. Normally, in the class, the students are coming from the rural background, the students, they are coming from the urban backgrounds, the students, they are coming from the public school, the students are coming from the private schools. So they all the students, they are having the different backgrounds. So if the teachers, they are going to use the same pitch for all the students, it would be difficult for the students who are having a the students, they may get the difficulty in order to understand the things at par, at equal. So the teachers, they have to use the different instructional design. Say for example, in this case, the teachers, they have to simplify the content so that it would be easy for all the students, irrespective of they are having the different backgrounds, to understand the things. The teachers, they have to understand the students, the learners background, the learners point of view, what exactly they want to learn. Then accordingly, they have to teach their students. They have to make the learning more enjoyable, more game playing kind of, so that the students, they get more involved in the learning process. The teacher, they have to use the different innovative techniques, they have to be technology savvy. So ultimately, the teachers, they first have to understand their students, and then accordingly, they have to develop the different instructions, the different teaching content, so that it would be easy for a students to understand. Adaptive techniques. The different kinds of technologies that we are using, the number of different techniques that we have been using, the different kinds of channels that we are having in order to teach to our students. So being a teacher, he must be capable enough to adapt to the different kinds of technologies. As I was talking about, when we people were in the schools or in the colleges, normally the teachers, they were not using the PPTs. But right now, in the present, in the current scenario, majority of teachers, they have been using the PPTs. At least they are using the PPTs, and they are using the different technologies in order to teach to their students. So the teachers, they have to use the different kinds of technology. Reason being, there are few students who are good in learning while by just watching a videos. There are few students who are good in learning just by having a text study material. There are few students who are good in learning by using the different images, by different pictures. So reason being that all the different students they have been in learning by using the different kinds of techniques and the technology. So the educator, the teacher, he supposed to use at least multiple different techniques in order to teach to their student. Normally in the higher education, what the teachers they have been doing, they have been using the multiple different techniques. They have been using the PPTs, and while delivering their lecture, few PPTs are there which are regarding the different videos. They have been using the different images. They have been using the different fonts. They have been, in order to get the attentions of the students, they have been doing the number of different things. So in this adaptive, the teachers, they have to use the different kinds of technologies in order to teach to their students. So these are the different techniques. I have been talking about the flipped classroom, self-learning, adaptive learning. That these are the different techniques that a teacher they can use in order to teach to their students. Now, the another concept which is more important now is the online learning. The students, they are more concerned with regarding learning. So in this case, the students, they have been using the different kinds of technologies, the IT, the network systems in order to get the knowledge, in order to learn. So when I talk about online, who are those who are sitting in their own houses and they are far away from their teachers, but now they are learning by using the different technologies. Online teaching is basically a part of the distance learning, and it is basically umbrella term. It would cover there are few students who have been using the correspondence courses in order to learn something. The different courses are there. Say IGNO, they are using this correspondence courses in order to teach to their students. Tele courses are there. We have been seeing the different number of channels that have been running in the televisions, more specifically for the math classes, for the science, or for the different subjects in order to teach to their students. CD-ROMs are there, where the computer and the hard drives are being used by the educational institutes in order to provide the study materials to their students. Online learning, which is more concerned with using the internet in order to teach to their students. Mobile learning, where the different mobile phones, the tabs that have been used in order to learn. There are a number of different modes that educational institute they can use in order to teach to their students, and the students they can use the number of different channels in order to learn, in order to gain their knowledge. So first one mode that student they can use is synchronous online classes. In this case, just like a physical classes, the instructor they are entering in the class and all the students are present at the same time on the same date in order to attend the lecture of their teachers. Same has been happening in the synchronous online. It is only the virtual classroom when at a specific date and at a time that the teachers they are entering in the virtual classroom and all the students they are present in order to attend the lecture of their teachers, and there would be live interactions that are going to take place. The different modes are there that can be used. Moodle is there, GoToMeeting is there, Google Meet is there. These are the different platforms that we people are using in order to have a live interactions with the students. So this is what has been happening in the synchronous. The live session, the live classes are going to take place. Teachers and the students they are having a live interactions with each other. Even it is not only the video live video that we can have. we can have the audio live sessions. We can have the chats, well, where these teachers they are doing chatting with their the students to whom they are teaching. So it's not only necessary to have a only video live interactions. We can have the audio live. We can have a chat room in order to have a interactions with the students. Asynchronous, it is a part of online learning, but it is, in this case, the live interaction is not going to take place. In this case, the teacher and the students, they are not going to have a interaction at the same time. In this case, the teachers, they are sharing the study material with their students on the different online platforms, and depending upon the availability of free time with the students, they are going to study as per their convenience. Whenever they get free, well, there are few students who have been doing study in the early morning. There are few students who have been teaching, who have been studying the same material in the afternoon, and there are few students who are doing the same thing in the late evening or in the evening. 24/7, well, depending upon the availability of free time with the students, reasoning they have been busy with other activities and they cannot join the live classes with the teacher. So in this asynchronous online courses, the depending upon the availability of time, say for example, once my lecture is over and it has been recorded and same would be shared with the participant or with the audience, and depending upon the availability of free time with the audience, later on whenever they are get free, they can have again, they can watch the same video. That would be the part. But right now we are having a synchronous class. Reason being, we are going to have a live interaction with each other. But once it has the video has been recorded, later on, depending upon the free time that we are having, accordingly we can re-watch the same. That would be the part of the asynchronous online courses. These are the few differences that we can easily find out how the synchronous is different from the asynchronous. When I talk about the synchronous, well, the students, they are going to learn at the same time, but in the asynchronous, the different times that would be depending upon the students they are having for study. In the synchronous, the communication happens in the real time, but in the asynchronous, there is no any live interaction and live communications that would take place. Synchronous, my reason being, the live interactions are going to take place. The students, they would be more involved, they would actively participate in the class, but in the asynchronous, it would be more convenient. So these are the basic differences that we can have among the synchronous and the asynchronous online courses. The another type of mode of learning, that would be the hybrid and the blended courses. It is basically a combination of both synchronous and the asynchronous. In this case, the teachers, they are physically taking the classes, and in the class, instead of physically delivering the lectures, they are having a video conferencing with another person from the other part of the nation or other part of the world who are expert in their area, and he is delivering a live lectures to, they are delivering a live lectures to their students. So this is, in this case, in the another way, the teachers, they are going to share the videos to their students, and at their own places, the students, they are going to attend the same. So in the, it is basically a combination of both. But it is here, it is important to note that normally we use the term hybrid and the blended classrooms synonymously, but it is not, both are not the same things. Hybrid learning, it is basically a combination of where physical and the online classes, both classes are going to take place, but blended classroom is a little bit different from the hybrid. In this case, depending upon the percentage of physical classes and the percentage of online classes, that would make a blended classroom differ from the hybrid classroom. So this is, so ultimately hybrid and blended classroom, it is basically a mixture of online and offline classes. The another mode, that would be the massive open online courses, which is normally known as a MOOC. It is basically a very affordable and flexible way to learn more skills and to enhance the knowledge. This has been started by Government of India under the control of MHRD in order to provide education to all the students. In this case, the e-content that would be the study material that would be shared by the agency, and later on the students, they can have interactions with the coordinators of the different subjects and the different courses. Another mode for online learning is inverted online courses. It is just like a flipped classroom that I have already been talked about in the flipped classroom. In the beginning, when I talk about the traditional, in the beginning, the students, they are attending the classes with the group. They are attending the classes in the group, or they are studying with their classmates, and later on, after going back to their classes, he is sitting alone and doing their homework. But in the flipped or in the inverted lecture, which is a reverse of this traditional classroom, in this case, first the students, they are studying individually, and later on they are going to join the group to have a discussions with the teacher. So this is the another mode that student they can use for their learning. Web enhanced courses. Normally all the educational institutes, they are having the different websites, and those websites are being used by the educational institutes in order to teach to their students. In this case, the teachers and the students, they are going to have interactions with each other. So for example, the teacher may show the websites during the classrooms, and depending upon the tools the students they are having, they are using the same in order to learn the things, or in order to complete the things. The number of things that can be happen. Say, I give an example of my own department website. Mandeep ma'am, minimize कैसे होगी ये slide? I have to share the another website along with this slide. Reason being I have not used this go to meeting.
सर अपनी स्क्रीन फ्लिप कर लो सर प्लीज फ्लिप योर स्क्रीन आ गया सर
It's not working, man. Navdeep ma'am, kindly आप गाइड करो.
सर स्क्रीन मिनिमाइज करके देख लो। सर ਜਿਵੇਂ ਤੁਹਾਡੀ ਸਕਰੀਨ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਨਾ, ਇਹਨੂੰ ਨਾ ਮਿਨੀਮਾਈਜ਼ ਕਰ ਦਿਓ ਸਰ, ਪੀਪੀਟੀ ਨੂੰ ਮਿਨੀਮਾਈਜ਼ ਕਰਕੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਸਕਰੀਨ ਓਪਨ ਕਰ ਸਕਦੇ ਹੋ।
मैम मिनिमाइज के ऑप्शन भी नहीं नजर आ रही मुझे, वो मतलब लास्ट में वो नेक्स्ट स्लाइड पे ले जा रहा है।
Sir, you may try the window button on the laptop or the device that you are using. एक बार window button press करके show the desktop पे click हो जाएगा।
Yes, yes.
Show the desktop. Yeah. Yeah. Now you can open the screen.
Okay, good. Let me try.
सर जब आपने विंडो बटन प्रेस किया तो पूरा टास्क बार और बाकी मेन्यू दिख जाएंगे ना, तो अब आप यहाँ से अपने ब्राउजर को खोल के आप अपनी वेबसाइट खोल सकते हो इंस्टीट्यूट की। यहाँ पर आप अपना ब्राउजर नीचे जो गूगल क्रोम आ रहा है वो ओपन कर लो। वी आर एबल टू सी योर एंटायर स्क्रीन।
बट मैम वो आपको विजिबल नहीं ना होगा, मैंने जब मैं ब्राउजर खोलता हूँ। Okay, now it is visible to you, है ना मैम?
We can see the entire screen. Screen is shared, not just one app.
Now it is visible to you, ma'am, the department website.
Yes, sir. School of Management Studies as a title. Yes, complete.
Okay. Anyhow. Okay, this is I was talking about the web enhancement, the web-based learning for the students. So in this case, the educational institutes, they can use their own departments and the institutional websites in order to teach. So what we can do in this in the our department's website, we have created a system where just after getting login on the department websites, we can give assignments to the students, we can take the attendance of the students, we can have the evaluation systems of the students, etc. So ultimately I'm concerned with, so this is how the different announcement and the different notices that we can deliver to the students, we can give different assignments, we can have discussions with the students, even we can take the attendance of the different students. Depending upon the number of courses that I have been, the classes that I have been taking, accordingly I can manage the things by using the different departments sites. So okay, now the another important thing is regarding e-learning culture. Ma'am, this slide is visible to you, the part of the PPT, ma'am?
Yes, sir. Now presentation is continued, sir. We can see building an e-learning culture.
Yeah, okay. The e-learning culture is basically in this case, the three stakeholders, they are going to develop they are going to build the e-learning culture. The first one is the learner, basically the students, the teacher who is going, another second partner that would be a part of this e-learning culture is the teacher, and the third one is the administrator. Learning, the student, they're supposed to be self-directed, they're supposed to be self-motivated, they're supposed to be self-regulated. The students, they have to on a regular basis, on time, they have to enter in the virtual classroom, they have to submit their assignments online according to the schedule that has been given by the teachers. So ultimately, the learners and teachers who is supposed to have a more knowledgeable, more skillful, they have to understand the learning pace of the students. They have to provide the learning opportunities. They have to facilitate the learning. So ultimately, it is basically these three persons, including the administrator, who is going to provide the infrastructure for the online teaching. They have to, they are ultimately, they are going to work among the students and the teachers to have a effective e-learning culture. So this is how these three different stakeholders, they are going to develop the e-learning culture. Now the most important part, how to make students involved in the online classes. The reason being, there have been in the online or in the virtual classes, we have been lacking the face-to-face interaction, and it is very difficult for more specifically in the present time to engage the students in the class. So the different techniques and the strategies that the teachers they can use in order to actively involve the students in the classes. First one, it is a cooperative learning. In this case, what teacher they can do, he can develop the small groups, and they can give a group assignments to the students. So as when the different groups have been developed and framed by the teacher, and all the students they're supposed to work in a team, they all the students they have to work in a group. Ultimately, all the students they would actively participate in the class. Say for example, the different the task that may be given by the teachers to their student, and the task and the assignment that have been given, it can be it should not be very complicated. It is difficult for students to understand, and when the assignment and the concept is not clear to the student, so ultimately they will not actively participate in this in the class or in the team. So whatever topic and the assignment that have been given and the to the students, it should not be very easy, or it should not be very simple and very complicated. It should be average, so that they can actively participate. So first technique that they can have is the cooperative learning. Another is differential instructions. As I was talking about in the previous slides, the students they are coming from the different backgrounds, and in order to involve or in order to actively participate the students in the class, the teachers they have to develop the content that is easily understandable to their students. So in this case, the teachers they have to give the different instructions to their students depending upon the kind of backgrounds they are having. Once the students they feel they are able to understand the instructions of their teachers, they would actively participate in their classes. When the instructions are not clear to the students, so ultimately, well, let's say for example, if I have been giving a lectures to the students and it is like a bounce for them, and the students they are not able to understand the concept that I'm trying to teach to them, and ultimately they will get start boring, and they would not actively participate, they would not engage in the class. Another technique is self-paced learning. All the students they are having a different learning styles. There are few students who are very fast in order to understand, who are very quickly understand the concept. There are few students who take time in order to understand the things. So depending upon the capability of the students, the teachers they have to keep on continuing their lectures depending upon the pace, the learning capacity, the learning styles of the different students. So once the teachers they are able to come up to the level, up to the pace of the students, they would participate in the class. Otherwise they are not going to participate in the class. Multiple learning tools. As I was talking about, the teachers they're supposed to use the different techniques, the different methods, the different channels. They have to use the videos, they have to use the PPTs, they have to use the uh, uh, different kinds of content, the images, the pictures in their study material in order to get the attentions of their students. So they have to use the different kinds of technology. As I have already been using the Zoom, and I'm comfortable with the Zoom. I'm also using the Google Meet. I'm also comfortable with this. But this go to meeting, it is first time I have been using, a little bit facing some difficulty in order to change the slides, or in order to show something else which are, I feel, very, that would be more informative for all the participants. But the reason being, I'm not friendly with this go to meeting, so little bit difficult for me, and I would be may fail to keep you people uh, actively involved in the present session. But even then, I would try to make my session as effective as I can. Okay, this teacher-student interactions. Reason being, lack of face-to-face interaction and physical uh, disconnections are there. So reason being, the teacher, they have, by using the different tactics, by different strategies, they have to the teachers, they have to keep interacting with their students by different means. Experiment with online teaching strategies. The teachers, they have to keep on using the different strategies. They have to keep on experimenting the different online techniques in order to have the interactions with the different students. Reason being, there are few students who are friendly with the different kinds of channel, the different kinds of platforms, depending upon the kind of students to whom the teacher is going to teach. Accordingly, the teachers, they have to use the different tactics, the different methods to have a interactions with their students. So these are the different strategies that can be used by the teachers to teach to their students. Now, the another important part of the today's session is the different ICT tools that we can use in order to teach to the students. As far as ICT tools, they have contributed a lot for the high quality educations, since they have the potential, the different tools that we are having, that are available to us in order to teach to our students. Either we are in the online classes or we are in the mode of offline classes, all these different tools that can be used by using the different ICT tools, and it would include the MOOC, it would be the LMS, presentation tool, whiteboard, cloud storage assessment, productivity, video conferencing, and the other online talks. So these are the different tools that we can use. When I talk about the first tool, that is massive open online courses, which is normally known as a MOOC. It is basically the very economical online courses which are being offered by the government of India under the control of MHRD. It is very affordable and very flexible way to teach or to learn new skills or to enhance the knowledge. It was in 2008 that this MOOC that has been introduced, but it has been emerged as one of the best online mode in 2012. So the different tools that we are having under this MOOC is, first one, it is the Swayam, another is the Coursera, Cognitive AI, and the edX. When I talk about the Swayam, which is being launched by Government of India in order to provide quality and equal education for all. In this Swayam, more than 2,000 courses that have been running, and the courses which are going on under the Swayam, it is 9th standard onward till post graduations. The different coordinators that have been it's working. Okay, so this is the website of this Swayam. The students, they have to first register themselves and they have to enroll themselves for the course they are interested. Either they are for the 9th standard, it is for the graduations, for the post graduation. I was talking about the different coordinators are there. 9 coordinators are there who are having a control over the different courses. And the courses, when I talk about the AICTE, it is a coordinator for all the engineering courses. But when I talk about the IIM Bangalore, he is coordinator. It is coordinating for all the management courses. Similarly, the UGC, it is coordinating for all the social sciences courses. So this is how the different the coordinators are there, and they are taking care about the different courses which are going on. When I talk about the NCERT, they are taking care for the courses which are running at the school level. The another tool that we are having under the MOOC is Coursera. Under this, the different online courses are being provided by this organization, which are being controlled by the world best university. In this tool, in this platform, the different top level universities along with the top companies from the corporate sectors, they are having a partnership and they are offering a number of different courses to their students. If anybody is just they are going to register just for learning, they are not going to charge even a single penny. But if anyone is interested to get a certificate for the courses they have attended and they have completed, they have to pay the fees. But even then, the number of different kinds of scholarships are being provided under this course. It's very difficult. So this is the website of the Coursera. I was talking about the top universities, they are having a partner. So this is how the IPM, they are involved, the Stanford University, the Duke universities. So the number of different universities, they are having a partnership for these organizations, and they are providing a scholarships for the students. And the students, they have to first register, and then depending upon their learning level, they can get enrolled for their courses. So another is cognitive class AI that has been initiated, that which are being managed by the IPM, and they are going to offer a number of different courses. As the name suggests, that they are taking care about the different IT, computer based and computer sciences subjects, more specifically the artificial intelligence, big data, Hadoops. So they are taking care about all the courses which are related with the IT. The another tool under the MOOC, it is edX, which is being controlled and managed by the Harvard and the MIT, and they are giving a huge number of discounts to their students if in case they are interested to get a certificate for their for the courses they are going to attend. Okay, the second ICT tool, it is learning management system. It is LMS. It is basically the software and the platform which provide the facility for the administrations, for the documentations, tracking, Normally, all majority of private institute, when I talk about regarding either the LPU and Chitkara, they are having their own LMS systems where that they are going to use in order to maintain all the records, either that are concerned with the evaluations of their students, either they are concerned with the attendance for their students, either they are concerned with the number of lectures that have been taken by the students and taken by the teachers, the grading of these teachers, the assignments, etc., etc., etc. So LMS was initially started in the higher education, and now it has been this kind of system and the software are being used by the corporate sector also, and it was first launched in 1990. So the different platforms that we are having under this LMS system is Moodle, Google Classroom is there, Canvas is there, at Modo, Viz, IQ is there. So when I talk about, say, a Moodle, this is basically the free software that we can use in order to maintain all the records regarding the students, the number of lectures they have attended, the grading that they are having in the different subjects, either the attendance are concerned. So when I talk about regarding the Punjabi University Patiala, they have been using this software in order to for this online teaching. For example, this has been the Moodle platform that Punjabi University Patiala is using. Okay, first the teachers, they have to log in order to have access for this platform. Once it has been login, say for example, I have been taking 4 different subjects and taking a lectures for the different subjects, and the subjects are, say, and I have been taking in the present session, I have been taking the classes for the MBA students, and the subjects are international marketing research, the second one is marketing research, project management, and the one seminar that I have been taking care. Now, normally the most important part of the teaching is what normally teacher do when he is going to enter in a class. He is first, either in the beginning of the class or at the end of the class, he is going to take the attendance, the students who are present in their class. So this is the first activity that he is going to have in the class. Another activities, he is going to share the study material either in the form of a photocopies or either in the form of some PPTs, etc., etc. So ultimately the second part is he is going to deliver a lecture, but along with delivering a lecture, he is sharing some study material with their students. This is the another thing that is going to take place in the offline or in the physical classes. So another thing that is going to take place in the physical classes is even after a completion of a group 1 or a unit 1 of the syllabus, they are going to have a assessments, they are going to have the mid semester test. This is the another thing that is going to take place. What else is going to take place in the classes? Normally surprise tests are there. The teachers, they are going to share the few website links, they are going to give the assignments are being given by the teachers to their students. So these are the basic things that has been taking place in the physical classes, and same thing that can be done on this platform. So for example, if I take the example of a marketing research. Okay, this has been the attendance that has been organized by the different teachers. So for example, the session for the current year, for the current semester, the session was started on August. 17 August onward, we have been started taking the classes for the MBA student, and the session is going to end by mid of December. So all the classes and the lectures that would take place in this session, it is by having a by default, it would be uploaded on this software, and the teacher, he is not supposed to take any physical attendance. For example, in this marketing research class, 65 students, they are enrolled, and on 17, that is on Monday, the 21 students, they have attended my class, they have marked their attendance. So it is automatically the software, they are going to have a control the number of students who have attended the class, and the and at what time normally. This is the time. Say for example, on Monday I have a class at 4 o'clock and it is going to end at 5. So the teachers in this case, he is not going to physically involve in any kind of activity. It is only the students, they are going to mark their attendance, and automatically the record would be maintained by this platform, and same would be that would be remained with the university or with the department. Okay, another thing that is there in the classes is the assignment. Once the assignment that have been given by the teacher, say for example, I have given one assignment to the students, and the number of students who have submitted and what is the due date, all such kind of notifications that would be given by the software to their concerned students. Okay, I was talking about the MST, the mid semester test that have been okay. Again, by having a single click, I have on 22nd October I have conducted one MST. It can give a detailed information. Then out of 64 students, how many students they have attempted their MST and what has been their score, all that can be there. Okay, so this is how all the record that would be maintained by this Moodle software. I was talking about the study material. Say for example, I have shared some PPTs with the students, either on the sampling, research design, hypothesis testing, etc., etc. So by just having a single click, they can download the PPTs. It is not only the PPTs, any kind of, either I have been sharing the PDF file, Word file, or any other kind of content that would be easily downloadable to the students. So this is how the Moodle, which is basically a part of the learning management system that can be used by the teacher and the educational institutes in order to have a asynchronous kind of connections with their students. So second part is the Google Classroom. It is more or less same as I was talking about the Moodle. The basic one important feature that we are having in the Google Classroom, I was talking about the students, they are going to submit the online assignments, whether the students, they have prepared themselves or they have just copied it from the internet and submitted the same to the teachers. So in order to check whether the assignment that have been submitted by the student is plagiarized or it is unplagiarized, the Google Classroom, they are going to provide the facility to check the plagiarism of the submitted assignments by the student. This is the additional feature that we can have with the Google Classroom, but this facility is paid. It is not free of cost. So another, similarly, we are having a Canvas, Edmodo, Viz, IEQ that we can use in order to have this learning management system. Online presentation. Another most important part for the online teaching is the presentation. Normally, we all have to make the different PPTs. We have to make the presentations more effective in order to engage the students and in order to make the online presentation, we are having the different tools that we can use, and these tools are we are having one platform, that is the Canva. We are having a Google Slides, we have a Prezi, SlideShares, Stories are there. So Canva, what Canva is doing, this website, this platform, they are going to provide us the different images, the different fonts, the templates, the different things which are being provided by this platform in order to make the presentation. Say for example, if I have to make a fun presentation on one marketing topic, and this website is on this tool is going to provide me the template that is more better to make the PPTs for the marketing students. So this is how we can have a look. And now it's not working. So this is they are going to provide the different pamphlets and the font and image that we can use in the presentations in order to make the presentations more effective. Same has been happening with the Google Slide, Prezi, and this SlideShares that we normally use in order to make the presentations more effective. The another thing is whiteboard. Normally, there are few subjects that cannot be taught without having a whiteboard. More specifically in the engineering stream, the teachers, they have to use the different models in order to illustrate, in order to make the things more clear to the students. So this is how this tool that we can use in order to make the teaching more effective. And under this whiteboard, we are having the different tools. The first one, it is a Jamboard. We are having a Microsoft whiteboard. Miro InVision is there. So let's see whether it would work. Okay, it is working. So this is the whiteboard. So for example, I have taken the classes of the project manager, and I'm taking the classes for the PERT CPM, and I have used the different diagrams in order to make the things more clear to the students. And we can, for example, by having a click on this button, new board will appear in front of us. And in this board, we can do anything we want to do. Either we can write the formulas, we can draw the network, we can do a number of things. In this case, we are having this pen, and the different kinds of pens are there. We are having a marker, highlighters, but different colors that we can use. We are having a eraser that we can use. Say for example, we can add the images just by having a click. If there are some images that are in my Google Drive, I can use the Google Drive. If it is in my computer system, that I can get the images from the computer. Even if my system is connected with the internet, I can use the Google, or in order to, say for example, if I have to take the class of marketing research and I have to make the things, the formula for the sampling technique, and the different formulas are there. Sampling. So what will happen? It will give me the images for the different formulas that we can have for the sampling. So just by having a click, it will appear in front of me on the white board. So by using this whiteboard, I can make my teaching more effective. Reason being, because as I have told you, there are few subjects that cannot be taught without a board. So we can use these tool, which is known as a white board or a board, a Jamboard, in order to make the teaching more effective. Same has been happening. Microsoft Whiteboard, it is again providing the same kind of facility, but it is a part of Microsoft team that would this facilities that we can avail by, if in case we are using the Microsoft team software for online teaching. And similarly, we are having a Miro. It is free and fast and is simple to use the digital whiteboard, again to have a collaborations or to teach the students with the student. Another important part of ICT, it is the assessment tool. Normally, either at the end of the session or mid of the session, we have to evaluate the students, whether the students they were able to understand the things or not. So we are having a different tools for the assessments of the students, and these are the Google Forms, test modes, formative, Microsoft Forms, etc., etc. Okay. So normally, when I talk about the Google Forms, normally being a researcher and being a scholar and teacher, we have been using this Google Form for the data collection. And similarly, we can use this Google Form for the assessment of the students. Let's take an example what exactly we can do. Normally we have seen this kind of Google form that we can use for the data collections. Okay. So for normally we use the questionnaires if in case we have to get the responses from the different the respondents belonging to the different parts of the nations, and we are sending a link for this Google form in order to get the informations and the responses from them. And similarly, we can use, say for example, I have been taking the classes for marketing research. And my first question, say for example, okay, say I have taken FDP, which is going on. The question is the days for the present FDP and the different options that would be given to them. That, say for example, if it is 10 days, second option, seven days, 14. And the last one, it is, say for example, 12 days. And resuming, all the students, they have to attempt all the questions. Then I would click on this button. It is required, and they have to, it is compulsory questions that all the students they have to attempt. Then again I will add another question by just having a click on this button. Now the thing is, if whether which option is correct, whether it is first, second, third, or the last one, how the things would be cleared, whether the to the students whether he has answered correct or not. So normally, what will happen, once the attempt that has been made by the student, we will have the responses on this side, and by just having a click on this spreadsheet, we can get the number of students, those who have attempted the questions, and what are their grading. Now the question is, normally I have put the questions, and how it would ensure whether the grading that would be done by this Google form or not. So in order to find out, in order to put the Google form in the form of a quiz, what I will do, I will go into the setting and the different options that I will have. It is first journal, when I have simply just have to get the information that I normally we use in order to get the responses by simply developing the questionnaire. So it is only going to use in order to get the responses. But when I have to put it in the form of a questions for the students or in the form of a quiz, then I have to click on this quiz and click on this link to make this questionnaire as a quiz, and I will save. And what will happen as a result of this? It will ask me to tick on the right question. So what I will do, say for example, the right question answer is 14. It will not, the right answer will not be shown to the students. He is simply just going to attempt the question, and ultimately once the attempt has been done by the students, automatically it is going to grade all the students who have attempted this quiz, and in this response sheet, one spreadsheet that will be automatically created. So once all the questions and all the quiz that has been uploaded by me, then later on I can generate a link, and same link that would be shared by me with the students, and students, they are going to click on the link and they are going to attempt the quiz. So this is how we can use this Google form as a evaluator or as a evaluation app in order to evaluate or for the assessments of the students. So similarly, we are going to use these other tools, which is basically a test mode, formative. It is basically very important. Normally you might have seen that if in case number of time we people are going to watch a video, and after a specific time period, say after 10 minutes, few questions appear in front of me, and if we are able to answer the right answer, the video continue for the another 10 minutes. If in case we are not able to answer the correct answers, it will take the students to the back it will take the students from the beginning or starting of the video, and they have to watch again, and they have to answer the correct they have to answer the correctly. If in case they are not able to answer the answer correctly, they cannot move further. So this is the technique, the kind of tool and the technique that we can use under this formative for the assessments of the students. Similarly, we are having a Microsoft form, which is again a part of Microsoft, and this facility is available under the MS Office if in case we are using this 365, and it is this facility that has been offered by Microsoft from June 2016 onward, and normally private schools, they have been using this. Even the public government schools, they have been using this facility for the evaluation and for the assessments of their students. So this is how we can use these different assessment tools under ICT. Productivity tool. In order to have a productivity or to make the presentations and to make the content more productive or actively participations of the students, we can use these kinds of different tools. The first one, it is the Google Doc, which is basically the facility that has been provided by the Google under the Google Drive. Google Drive, they are going to share the different kinds of doc files, Excel files, which can be used by a group of people. Say, for example, one common group assignment that have been given to a four students. They are working, so all the students, they have to actively participate in the assignment. And if they are not having if one person, he is working on a MS on a doc file, and the other students, they cannot contribute for the same, but Google Doc tool, they provide the facility. In this case, on the Google Drive, the document would be uploaded, and same can be modified, same can be edited by anyone who is having access for that document. Meaning, therefore, any students who are working in a team, out of 4 students to whom one common assignment that have been given, they can, anyone out of them, they can modify, they can change the same documents, and accordingly they can put, say for example, in a team, the 3 persons, they are working, and the assignment that have been given to them, they have to develop a one plan, and the one person, he is from the marketing background, the third person, the second person is from the HR, another third one is the finance, another one is the production. So reason being, depending upon the specializations they are having, accordingly all they would contribute. The marketing person, they are writing, they are developing the strategy for the marketing. The finance department, the person from the finance backgrounds, they are developing their own strategy, but on the same document they keep on changing the things accordingly. So this is the facility that has been provided by the Google Drive under the Google Doc tools. At Puzzle, I was talking about the interactive online videos. Normally, to make the videos more catchy and interactive, we can use these at Puzzle. Another technique that we can have educational, which is basically again the different kinds of whiteboard which are more interactive, the screen casting tool that can educator, they can use in order to make their teaching more effective. Cloud storage, normally in the online teaching, it's very difficult for an educator normally to carry the laptop or the systems from one place to the another place to deliver the lectures and etc. So what will happen in this case, the educator, the teachers, they can upload their study material on the clouds, and they can use that storage facility which are being provided to them anywhere else at any time. They can share the material that they are having on the clouds. They can give the lectures anywhere at any time. And these are the different tools, the facilities that have been given to us. Normally we have been using the Google Drive, and the maximum storage capacity, it is 15 GB that is being provided to all the Gmail account user. Similarly, we are having a Dropbox, Microsoft OneDrive, which is previously known as a Sky Drive. We are having a Sync.com. We are having a P-Cloud, which is being offered a 10 GB free storage. And this facility is only for the few employees, the few organizations who are working with the like Twitter, Coke, and dozen of few other higher profit companies. This facility is not available for all the companies. It is only for the few persons who are belonging to this person. And we are having a media fire which is going to offer a 10 GB storage, online storage facility. So this is how these are the different ICT tools that we can have in order to store the e-contents on the different platforms to share with the different audience at any time. So ultimately, at the end, we have a SWOT analysis. What are basically the strength and weaknesses, opportunity and threat when we talk about the e-learning? When I talk about regarding the strength, it is going to provide the platform to provide teaching to the students who are at the distance. It is going to provide the things are not going to take more cost. It is going to low cost the teaching that is possible, and we are going to use reason being the experts who are sitting at the far away from at the different places, and we can get a lecture, we can have interactions with that person, we can learn from the person who are sitting in the Harvard University and the person who are sitting in the another IIMs and IITs, and through online learning we can have an interaction, we can learn from that. When I talk about the weaknesses, resuming face-to-face interactions lacking is there. Technology, normally when we talk about the public universities and the public educational institutes, they may be lacking on the part of the technology. They do not have the enough infrastructure which is required for the online teaching. And even the kind of technology that is required for this online teaching and for e-learning, that may involve a high budget, high cost. And opportunities that we are having, we can be within a fraction of second we can get the recent and latest news. We can have a access for the courses from the variety of university, as I was talking about under the MOOC, under the Coursera, we can have the different certificates from the different higher universities, and it is going to decrease the long-term educational expenditure by shifting. And threat, there may be a lack of interest on the part of the students, human interactions are not there, and the technology and the equipment, that would be the another threat that we can have in the e-learning. So that's all about on my part. Thank you very much. Any query, any doubts are most welcome.
Chandraji, it was really an interactive.
Yes, thank you so much. Thank you, sir, for enlightening us. Thank you, sir, for enlightening us with today's session. Actually, you made us aware about all the technological techniques that we are using. You had thrown light on various aspects of online learning as well. And yes, it is very true that we do face technology barriers when we are going for an online learning or online teaching. That is one of the biggest barriers that nowadays we are facing, because due to COVID everything is going online. So that barriers we are facing, and I hope in future we would like to get through those barriers and make our teaching more effective. Thank you so much, sir, for a wonderful session.
Please, thank you. Thanks a lot, ma'am. Thank you, Parampal sir.
Thanks a lot, sir. It's always a pleasure to hear you. We'll get back soon and be in touch with you always. Huh? Thanks a lot.
Definitely. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
I thank all the participants for staying with us for the whole session. Thank you all, and we will join for the next session tomorrow morning at 9:30. Thank you so much.
the